Hello everyone, welcome to the Legacy Online Cup here for Hellcase. We're going to be starting on Dust 2 between Ahsoka and Y-Hub. We're going to be starting this round. And yeah, pistol round is starting right away. I'm T-Noodle, I'm joined with Goober. We got Cameron King doing some observing for us tonight. Go right in. It's already one person left. It's going to be Fizz. Looking lower tunnels in this 1v4 now. He does get taken out. And yeah, that's going to be the first round there for Ahsoka.
Very quick cleanup there on the pistol. A lot of action happening early on B site. Looks like maybe a quick B rush got shut down very quickly. Oftentimes teams can see a stack coming there, and that time looks like they called it right.
Yeah. And here we are. We got a timeout. We do not have audio at the moment. All right. And now we can hear. We can join the foray. Well, yeah, welcome to this tournament today. We are going here, and it is going to be a bracket of 16. Really exciting times. The first two rounds, round 16 and round 8, are going to be best of ones, just moving on single elimination. And then the next two rounds are going to be best of threes for the semifinals as well as the grand finals.
Really looking forward to seeing what some of these players are going to bring to the table today.
And yeah, looking at it, we got the first little buy round here coming in from Ahsoka's team, seeing what they can do to hold it down on the CT side. Looks like we're going to be seeing a complete save here coming in from Y-Hub.
Yeah, I'm a little curious about the rifle investments on the CT side here. They know that the T's didn't get the bomb plant. Normally you would see a little bit more of a heavy SMG lean here to try and farm some more cash.
Yeah, Sway's going up through underpass, gets the first kill onto Fizz. And yeah, we see some top mid control as well. Sever, but Sway gets another kill in underpass. And we see another kill coming in top mid, and it's just going to be a slaughter here. Coming in from Ahsoka, but the slaughter takes out his own teammate, but still 4 alive, and it's looking alive. 2-0 for Ahsoka.
Yeah, Sway is going to be really happy with that extra $1,200 coming from those 2 SMG kills, but crazy with the friendly fire there, getting the making the FAMAS fall top mid. Good thing they covered that.
He just wanted so many kills, he had to take out his teammate as well.
Fog of War.
But here we are, we're looking at the first gun round here for both teams here. Y-Hub Cam does look to pull up the full AKs here. Dink here at top mid. Some trades back and forth through the middle. We're seeing Cam look to move up catwalk, but they are smoked on a delay.
Ooh, aggression.
Sway just completely trying to rat out. He has a teammate support, and they're actually passing by him. Bond gets 2. And now he's looking, he's hiding. But they're walking away. The last 2 players from Y-Hub are going towards long. No one's here at the moment, but still a 3v2 advantage for Ahsoka. Seeing the cross smoke come in. The presence there from CT. And yeah, Bong somehow gets 2 through the smoke. I think he was only looking for 1, but got a little present there.
Yeah, I would love to see a replay of that to see if that was a spray transfer, if that was on accident. But really good team play happening there on the cat. Sway with that saved MP9 from the prior round. It kind of looked like a bit of a confusing push there at first, but not any economic investment there. And so really, I thought it was a good call, especially because Bongo was able to back him up and he was able to get multiple trades off of his sacrifice.
Right on the money there. Sever does go through underpass, puts a little presence there. We have 4 players from the T side moving there, trying to cautiously push through just with their pistols here. Yeah, looks like going to be a full exec here. Only 1 person on the B. We have 1 person out already before that nade lands, and he's going to be swarmed by 5. He does start off with 1, but Steel with a nice deagle through the head. And now it's just going to be a retake here, 4v4. Sway looking to make his presence known, but the smokes are raining down. But somehow Sever Sever just routed through, got to the car, gets 2 kills, and now it's just going to be FA0 in this 1v4. Hiding out in that smoke, looks to do damage, but unable to do so. And it's going to be 4 rounds on the board for Ahsoka.
That's a really incredible retake from Ahsoka there. You see a lot of those players coming in late from the A site. I really thought they were going to start moving more people over sooner because they had a lot of early mid-aggression. At least they had some players of Cat, which they rotated back really, so it looked like they were ready for that depop. But yeah, really great of them to come back and keep 4 players alive, even though the T's, they only got 1 pick on the site, and they only lost 1 of their own. So really, again, excellent site take.
Yeah, with the delay from the smokes, I wasn't sure how they were going to come back in it, but just ratting through that smoke just really opened the door for them. Once again, well, actually, you see a mid. Theodore goes down through the wall from Formatus.
They're going to love that early pick. Again, they're going to start with an advantage here, and I wonder how they're going to try and use that against Ahsoka. Yeah, loving the mid presence here, since they have the knowledge, obviously, that some players are in those lower tunnels. And so, really trying to maintain as much control as they can, even with 1 player down.
Yeah, we're looking to see Ahsoka. They are trying to even it up here. Mid B smoke is landing, but we're seeing some progression over towards Catwalk. There are only 2 players towards A at the moment. 1 on the cross, 1 at long.
There's going to be a lot expected from Server right here.
Yeah, he is just all alone. The Util is dropping. He is just trying to dance around. We have some help here coming in from CT and Sway. But Bongo goes down as well. It's going to be planted for Cat. And now there's only going to be 1 left. And it's going to be off Link, off the board.
Really great regrouping there from the T side. Gotta love that early pick, and they just really slow it down. You didn't see a lot of that aggression that you were seeing in some of their earlier rounds, and I think they capitalized on that first pick really well. Especially with that cat pop, they kind of knew exactly where the players were at that time, especially after 1 was spotted there in mid. They knew 1 was already on B, and so worst case scenario, you have 4 versus 2 on the A site, and I think they played it well.
They did, and Sway opening it up, getting some revenge for last round with that middle kill. Still 3 towards long and 1 towards B. We are seeing this lurk here coming in from FAO the last few rounds.
Yeah, actually a double op setup on the CT side here too.
Yeah, I've been able to pile on the money a little bit here on Ahsoka's team, so bringing it out, locking certain sections of the map out. It's going to be Sever. Another kill in the round. Now 3v5. This is going to be very bleak here for Y-Hub. And yeah, Sever with another kill on the steal. Sway takes out Foul. And now it's just going to be Fizz in this 1v5 with little hope. But he does take out Sever. And now he's looking to progress. There's 1 in Bongo moving for the flank. He's seeing what 1v1s he can go. Fizz does spot 1. And yeah, just holding the exit there. It's going to be Bongo. Actually, he's going to be looking to push out soon. And yeah, turning away from his flash. Bongo gets the kill on Fizz.
Does catch Bongo with that flash. Oh goodness, yeah, very solid round again from Ahsoka. They're just really maintaining this this early map aggression on CT, which is really dominant on this Dust 2 map, especially with that double op setup. I mean, just holding down long and mid like that, it's really oppressive. And I think you're gonna have to work really hard now because they've built up such a big economy to try and counter that.
Yeah, the beautiful thing about this map is you can rotate those around and just completely choke them down. But we are going to be seeing a little difference maker here in the B rush. Offnick gets 2 with the Molly, but there's an entry here. 3v5, looking to get that plant early. With the Molly, the util is all there, and Sever gets a dig. Theodore with another, and now it's just going to be Formatus on the site with that Mac 10. Is not able to get the second, and the defuse is still coming online.
Yeah, obviously at this point for you know the T's, you want a few more rounds, especially on Dust 2. But you know that round there, they get really what they want out of it, a couple of picks and a bomb plant. So hopefully this next buy round we can see some more of what happened on the round they won.
They're gonna make some moves quick. The only round they won, they did have that pick right off the start. I want to see them make a little bit of moves more towards A. We're seeing a lot of presence in tunnels through quite a bit of these rounds so far.
Yeah. And I'd like to point attention to the players' score lines. It's not like any of these players are playing necessarily above any of the others. It's actually just really been Ahsoka playing the better half on CT side here. A few very close rounds that have been decided by a couple margins, and a few not super close rounds. But I think it all comes off the back of that early economic advantage that Ahsoka has gained themselves.
CT side can be very rough on Dust too, but Ahsoka is making it work, and making it work beautifully. And yeah, just playing the defaults. Foul does go down to Bongo early on, and that's another pick going the way to Ahsoka that they don't love to see. And that nade is just going to blast the smoke, but Sway takes him out from B. And once again, they're down 2. Bomb in upper tunnels. One going to support as well, and one playing cat. They're just all spread out, just trying to see what can be made possible on this map. Oh, ooh. Nice little shot from Bongo.
Absolutely, taking the head off of Steel there.
It's getting ratty.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is looking ugly for Y-Hub.
It looks to be slowly falling apart. I mean, at this point for Ahsoka, you're playing out the rest of this half, and you're totally happy. I don't think there's anything at this point that can really happen to you that's going to put you at a disadvantage economically. You have nothing but gun rounds ahead of you.
Yeah, they're just really settled into this game, really settling into this tournament. Great start for them. Great start for the morning as off Nick, off Soviet Steel. Little long push here, passing each other in the smoke.
Yeah. This is going to cause some confusion on both sides, I think. It'll be interesting to see what happens off the back of this.
Yeah, I think it's going to be way worse for Y-Hub. And yeah, that's already one player found from Sever. And that's 2 players. He gets the double spray. And he's like, for the third. He gets it onto Formatus. And now just one player alive in FA0. Still unsure he's long, but they're going to find out soon enough that he's not on Catwalk.
Yeah, FA0 has to be in just a cloud of confusion right now. He's wondering to himself how he could let that happen, how that player was even there. The Cat player is probably thinking that player come from lower tons, maybe. I mean, that's just incredible timing to have that happen. And for Sever to find 3 off of that, even more incredible.
Somehow gets 2. Doesn't really do anything again for Ahsoka, but, you know, a little bit of confidence there for FA0 as, you know, the comms might get a little frazzled right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you think they should add more sports equipment to CS2?
More sports
Always look
equipment?
at that soccer ball on Dust 2 and think we should have more things we can throw and kick around. You know what I mean?
Be down for something when Cash comes out. But speaking of coming out, we have a lot of players there from the T side coming out along doors. And it's Bongo with 3 kills. And now it's just going to be Formatus as the last player alive. And he's running away. Looks to play another day, but he is getting swarmed very soon. Bongo's hungry. He's hunting. He's starving. He wants it. He sees it. He gets it. And it's going to be 9 on the board for Ahsoka.
Yeah, Bongo now at an absolutely ridiculous 14-2 scoreline. He is having one heck of a game right now. Ahsoka up 9-1, and this is looking to be just an excellent half for the CTs. Really, really hoping that maybe this is some sort of CT side advantage happening. I'm thinking some of these players maybe are a little more confident on the CT side. We have yet to find that out, but it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out once these 2 teams do get to switch sides.
It is not great. They do spot 4 top mid. Offnick does miss his op shot. But Sway somehow through the smoke, through the wall, through the head onto FA0. And now he's just going for no scopes.
Style points.
Looking to bring some more style. Sever takes out Fizz. Only 2 remaining. Soviet Steel and regular Steel. And it's going to be Steel getting the kill on a Deodor. Need that little confidence boost. Looking for another. But no, it's going to be Sever.
Again, I want to say this is the 4th or 5th round now that Ahsoka has ended with just 1 player dying. It could potentially even be more than that because they've had such an impressive CT side here. But I mean, that's just one of the reasons that they've been able to keep up with this pace. It's just they continue to save their money, not having to reinvest in equipment, and they are just shutting down these pushes wherever they come from.
It's been great games so far. 10-1 is the lead. We are at the last round of the half. Do have an interesting story to tell you at the halfway point of this game, but we are seeing a little bit of cheeky play through the smoke here. It might happen again. Offnick does miss the shot.
Hey, none of the teams react.
And Bongo is the only player on B. He's getting hit from 3 in mid and 2 in tunnels, but Bongo somehow still alive. He gets 2, he gets 3. How is he alive? But Soviet does eventually get the trade. Soviet and Fizz the last alive on B. Bombs that door. He gets tagged through the door. Now this is ugly for them.
To read what's going on in this round right now. They're not prepared for 2 players in that 10 position, I think, but he finds both of them. And he's going to try and run away with what little time he has left, down to the last 60 seconds of this round. And it looks like he's going for an entire T-spawn sided rotate here.
And he's listening to you. He's like, yes, that is exactly what I'm doing here.
It's easy to see. And now this is where the CTs, they have to react in a certain way. It looks like they've gone for one mid holding that cat push and one on the B site, but I don't really love that. I would much prefer to see them kind of stacking up together. I do suppose they are at a pretty heavy lead at this point, so maybe it doesn't matter to them as much, but...
Yeah, they're still going to be allowed to retake in a 1v2.
That is true. But Soviet will find an empty A bomb site, gets the bomb down, and now it is an attack game for the CTs as they try to rally up. It looks like they will be going for, again, a split push here.
Sway is he just wants to get the round over. He's going for the jump shots before he has support from long. And yeah, Soviet actually going to make advantage of that 1v1. But now the contact is spotted. Soviet's still on low HP. And he does go down. Diodor wins the round, and it's going to be 11th on the board for them.
You really hope to see that he has it in him there. That would have been one incredible clutch coming in from Soviet. I believe that would have been a 1v4 coming in last minute to get them that second round.
And Goober, one thing I do want to bring our attention to, I didn't pick it up till the last round, but it looks like during that game we did have the scoreboard a little mixed up there. It was actually Y-Hub that was running away with that game. It is Ahsoka. Ahsoka is with only the 1 round right now.
Oh. Well.
So Y-Hub absolutely tearing it up right now.
Y-Hub is tearing it up at the moment.
Yeah.
My apologies to both teams.
Yeah.
up to this point.
But it's okay. We're doing it live. Things are happening here. But we thank you guys for joining us for the Nostalgia Online Cup here. Ahead of our LAN in just a few weeks. We are seeing Y-Hub progress onto A site, and I'm sure they're going to be able to get this round very shortly. They've been dominant this game so far.
Very exciting first match here.
And now a 3v2 advantage guarding this post plant. 3v1. It's just going to be Fizz as the last player alive. They are coming up long, but they are going to see a player soon enough. Looking for the 1v1s, but now sees 2, gets the 1. And yeah, this is going to be very ugly. And it's 12 on the board for Y-Hub.
Not very often that you get to see a scoreline like this. We are back with full stream quality.
Yes, we are, and it's a full gun round here coming from Y-Hub. Ahsoka doing what they can, buying what they can, throwing some util, but they're just going to be running past that molly. They beat the timing on it. Already kills on the board. That's 2 for Y-Hub. And I think it might be all in this tournament for Ahsoka. I think they might be out very soon. Stealing for Matus. The last people alive.
The last defenders on this Ahsoka team. And it's now just Amadeus in the 1v4. He does find the first, but it will be Diodor to shut him down. 13-1. What an incredible scoreline coming in from Y-Hub.
Yeah, Y-Hub just from start to finish just completely destroyed that game. They were very confident. I mean, Dust 2, you're looking at the best aimers in the server, and Y-Hub letting us know that that was them this game. But yeah, thank
Yeah.
you guys for joining us on that first map. It was very exciting, very fun. We got a lot more games to come, and yeah, welcome to Nostalgia Online Cup here this Saturday. Just a reminder, best of one this series, best of one the next, and then top four moving forward, it'll be best of three.
Definitely an exciting first match to start off this stream. Really looking forward to see what some of the other teams are going to bring to the table and see if anyone is going to have such a dominant run like we just saw Y-Hub have. That was a really beautiful display of some individual talent, some really kind of fun moments that happened there, especially when those two players crossed each other through the long doors. Just, some exciting moments, and hopefully we have some more of those.
Yep.
Yeah, and then we're gonna be throwing over to our lovely leader here, Arrow, in just a second. But yeah, thank you guys, and stick around for the rest of the stream.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Generation Nostalgia X Hellcase Online Cup provided through Faceit. We want to thank everybody for showing up on stream today and joining us for some amazing Counter-Strike games. And I want to quickly start off by saying that was a fantastic first game opener. PCY Hubcam versus Ahsoka, a absolutely great game. I wanted to quickly mention the MVP Bongo 777 with a crazy performance, 19 kills, 3 deaths, 1 assist, had 24 RWS, and had a 6.3 KD. Absolutely incredible. And I must say, we're starting off 13-1. It was a bit of a stomp, but still had some amazing rounds, some amazing clutches. I really enjoyed watching that game. And even though Ahsoka is out, it was a pleasure seeing them play. And I do want to quickly also say to all the players and teams playing in this tournament, we do apologize for some of the technical issues, but we are trying our best to deal with them. And also, really quickly, wanted to shout out our partner for this tournament, Hellcase. They are partnering with us for the rest of the year and as well for our online tournaments and some couple land events that we're hosting, and they're trying their best to support the local West Coast North American Counter-Strike scene. And with them, we hope that we can build an amazing community of vibrant and active players that want to build up esports back to where it was not too long ago. But aside from that, I also did want to quickly mention for the next games and what we have going on next. So at the moment, we are still playing through the first round. There's a couple of teams that are just actually now getting into game. Looks like they finished with their pick and bans. So we will, looks like, be probably waiting until, let's see here. Let's do, we're going to do Voice Crackers versus Banished Legion next on stream, and that's going to be a very exciting match. Hopefully we'll get a banger of a game here. And if anybody on stream is curious as well, you can go to hellcase.com and use our promo code HC Nostalgia for 10% deposit bonus as well as 3 free cases. See here. Awesome, exciting stuff today. Also, very quickly, for all of our fans who are curious about our local scenes, we have a Lacey Cup number 2 coming up in 2 weeks, which will be featured in Lacey, Washington. It is an 8-team LAN event with a $4,000 prize pool. We are VRS enabled for that event, meaning depending on the amount of VRS teams that participate, we will receive a certain amount of coverage. So very excited to see what the turnout for that event will be. We currently have 6 out of 8 teams registered. So if you want your chance, head over to www.nostalgia.gg and you can register over there. Other than that, we should be hopefully sooner than later heading into game and right, and we will head into a break before we head into the next game. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching, and again, thank you to Hellcase, Faceit, and all of our partners for making this event possible.
And we are back. Looks like we're going to be joining the Banished Legion and Voice Cracker on Ancient. And it looks like the first round is already going the way of the CT side here.
Yeah, it looks to be a interesting start here. We're seeing the MP9s come online for Banished Legion. But we are seeing a full buy here as the push here comes from Voice Cracker. They do get a good flash on a tweak. He does go down. And now it's going to be 2 kills right off the gate for Voice Cracker on this little force buy coming in from them. 5v3 advantage looks to start. And yeah, they're just pushing the CTs way back here. Evil Cheese looks to do some damage through the smoke. You might see another play like we saw in Dust 2. He is stuck at the wall. He gets a kill. But the round is still online for Voice Cracker.
Already a little bit of excitement happening here as the Voice Cracker, they take up that entire B site, you know, just taking quick control, early flash. They're going to be really happy with that Molotov kill on that player in the short position, and then they just continue to swarm as the CTs try to rotate in. I think it was a little bit interesting. You see the SMG buy come out from the CT side, but you also see the force buy on the T side, so that leads me to believe that those Ts had the bomb plan. I would think we may have heard that in the production screen. Happening on that first round. So a little bit interesting to see no rifles come out on the CT side, maybe calculated, but Main gonna find his first kill in A main.
Yeah, you don't need a rifle when you can be hitting shots like that, but Aflac does take out Blur. And now it's just gonna be trades across the board. A 3v3 right now. Panda in a really interesting spot, but he does have some support. And now a 3v2, they're going to be progressing onto the A site. 1 CT coming from T-Spawn right now. Another from Donut. Still should be doable. Still should be held round from Voice Cracker, but you never know. Not sure what's going on right now. We do hear a kill come on board. Sorry for a little bit of the technical issues that we are going into right now. The screen's frozen on your end as well.
Looks like we've caught up.
We have a 2v1 advantage here. The bomb is ticking down. Evil Cheese looks to go for that defuse, but he gets shredded.
It was a great effort from an Evil Cheese, but unfortunately it was not meant to be. Down to a 1v2 there after the little bit of a freeze frame. But honestly, pretty good rebound from the T side there, especially after that early pick coming in from main after that quick A push. Loving some of the early CT aggression we've seen so far from some of these teams. Hopefully see more of that. As we look like we're going to a full B stack on this eco round for Banished Legion.
Looks like they might be trying to progress a little bit on ramp, but they are falling back. And yeah, it's going to be Voice Cracker just feeling it out, seeing what map, seeing what sides of the map they're giving them, what 1v1s they're giving. We are seeing a good swing, trades back and forth, looking for a nice spray, and it is. And it's just going to be 1 player remaining.
Quick eco frags for Panda. Gotta love it. Pad those stats a little bit. Always feels good. But honestly, really well read. They took some quick map control where they could. You saw JaVale, if anyone noticed early on, he was up in that red position, you know, just taking more and more space, and they went slow, and they figured out where those players were, and were really safe in those pistol rounds, where I think a lot of the times we can see teams get caught off guard.
We're seeing 3 towards B right out of the gate. JaVale looking to get close with that MAC-10, and they do run over. But it's still going to be Blur getting that trade for his teammate. Looks to get a spray. Looks to get a double spray. But we're seeing another pick onto B. Yeah, he's going to start getting surrounded. He's going to get toasted. Smaj gets that kill onto Blur.
I like this slow approach from Banished Legion. They know they're in the disadvantaged situation, obviously, being a 2v4 now, but they're going to stack up together in that red position, just trying to watch all the angles they can in order to protect these weapons. It looks like the T side isn't going to be overstepping either.
Yeah, they don't really need to hunt. They don't want to lose. They're still starting to stabilize their economy. I know it's an op. It's an M4 that's being saved. but it might be a little too risky to hunt it down right now. But as we say that, they give a bunch of information. It looks like there's a little bit of bait set up, and Evil Cheese is going to be in this corner, but he might go down soon. But Evil Cheese gets out too, but the bomb does take him down.
Finding 7 match there too on the bomb. You really wouldn't want to see more than those 2 players go down on the T side there, especially like you said, they're trying to build up that economy. Not that it's going to do too much damage at this point, but it would have been nice for them to get out with a couple more players down to a 2v4 there, ending with a 1-player advantage at the end of it all.
Are looking for another round, another Crave presence right out of the gate. 3 pushing from the CT side from Banished Legion. There's gonna be 1 lurking back. It's gonna be Panda to hold this push. He might be in for a rude awakening, but Panda gets 1 start. Looks to get a second, but Coda does get the kill onto him. And now this ramp push now. Halo starts it out. 1 dancing around the pillar. He's getting hit from the second side, but Blur with the second. And now Evil Cheese and Coda in this 2v3, but they are on low HP. That's 1 Halo. 1. And Evil Cheese now on a 1v2. 1 on low HP. Finding the head.
4 HP left on Halo. Evil Cheese trying to find Jamal now on the site. This is pretty scary with the low HP on these players.
Yeah, Evil Cheese just electing to keep that AK. Got a little dicey there from Voice Cracker, but still, good start for them. And what's going to be 5-1 for them.
They've kept up with this really oppressive cave control, and what you'll notice too is early on they adjusted what you would normally see for their Molotov. Instead of going for the lane molly to prevent the T's from getting into the cave entrance, they just go for a early Molotov into Jag from cave. And I think that you see it slow them down there at first, so they can at least sort of reevaluate how they're going to hold that site, obviously on the not so desirable buy.
Yeah, they did some damage there. And now on a gun round. Last gun round was not pretty for them. But they look to make a statement here. We are seeing a lot of nades bouncing middle, bouncing that elbow. And not much mid presence here for the side of Voice Cracker, but they don't need it. Because Aflac takes down Blur and Cave. And is he going to be ready for the second player? He is going to be flashing for it. He is going to be shooting for it. But Tweaks gets the kill on Aflac. And Panda gets Evil Cheese, though. On the back of this cave, Tweaks does get a kill. And now, actually, Voice Cracker in the disadvantage here.
Yeah, that starts from Tweaks not getting checked in that corner, and he just finds 2, and now it's down to this 2v3 situation where the CTs, they've re-aggressed from middle onto that boost up. They have 2 players in the cave position now, and 1 more looks like main will be heading back towards red in order to make sure that these players don't try and rotate. They do not have control of the bomb, so it looks like a little bit of a gamble. They sent main over to A, but now they've been spotted. Panda getting dinked.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough start for them as they need to progress here. They are reshifting their focus here as they look to what I assume is going to be a mid play. I would assume they want to go through Donut, but they actually are going to decide to walk back into cave.
Playing with the clock, but Tweaks. Oh,
that is
what
tough for Panda.
Panda.
Yeah, that was great. And Tweaks gets another. Banished Legion, look to make this a game.
Absolutely. Tweaks with a 4K there. He's got to be having a great round. And they really need that, not only for the economy, but also just for the confidence going into this. You want to definitely be trying to get as much of an advantage as you can on the CT side. It's typically the easier side, especially because you do have the advantage of obviously waiting for them to come to you, right? And so it's going to be interesting to see how they try and rebound from this.
Yeah, trying to rebound. They go for a big aggro play in middle. They lose 2, but they take down 2 from Banished Legion. Make
Even
that more trades onto Catwalk. But it's still going to be a 2v0 advantage here as they move A. If they move A quickly.
The health advantage is actually on the CT side.
Yeah, but the info is going to be very limited. Main going to see what he can find with the AWP. And he finds Panda. And that's before the bomb got planted. JaVale's going to look to pick it up. Going to look to plant it for the 1v2. 1 player from CT, 1 player from Temple. JaVale might look to rat out here in the smoke. But I think he's watching. He's ready. He's waiting. He's wishing because he gets the kill. It's Blur taking out JaVale and putting Banished Legion at 3.
Fantastic read from Blur there, to just the cognition to know that that player could go into that smoke and his teammates clearing out the temple position. And not to mention just, I mean, it was such a sick nade just to get that bomb planter found out on the side with the op.
Yeah, originally I thought that might be just a step too late, but he had the right read, the right timing on it. Just a great heads-up play.
And it looks like Voice Cracker might be going for a save here. They do have some players like Javal with a little bit more in their pockets, but they're going to elect to go for some upgraded pistols and utility. And it looks like we're going to be seeing a quick A pop. Only one player on that A site to defend with the op. And you'll find the first one.
Good for one, but he's getting absolutely swarmed. They're going to have that op in hand for this 4v4 retake. And they have smokes coming online too. I know it's a save round, but this could be really tough for Banished Legion to get back into. But Coda looks to make it work through the smoke. Affleck with the Tech 9 through the head of Evil Cheese.
2 spotted now in CT. That information is going to be incredibly helpful to his team.
7 Maj does have this op on the side of Temple here.
They know where all these players are coming from.
Yeah, it's a rifle picked up. They have the kits, but it's still going to be hard to find everyone. Affleck starts off there. It's a kill and a tweaks. Trying to spray through that smoke. It's Coda. Now in a 2v2. Everyone's dying. It's only one left. 7 Maj goes down, and it's a great retake from Banished Legion.
Absolutely. Coda coming in, cleaning up there. You see early on, they're able to take advantage just from the overwhelming speed of having those pistols in hand versus that op. And there's only one person there to try and defend that site. And so they take just such fast site control. They get the upgraded rifles, and it looks really scary there for a minute, but Banished Legion keeping calm. They stack up together correctly. They play well together, and they get the site retaken and the bomb defused for a 4-5 scoreline, and hopefully at this point their economy is looking a little bit better. It looks like they're saving a couple of those T-sided weapons. Weapon Blur with the AK-47 now, and it looks like Main has actually rotated completely and is going to be playing pool, watching elbow. A lot of players in mid right now for Banished Legion.
I like that they're not putting too much presence towards A, and we look and see it as Evil Cheese gets 2 and Blur gets one on a JaVale. Started this game hot, but it's not looking pretty for them right now. Panda looks to turn the tide there as he gets a kill on Dakota. Panda and 7 Maj, the last alive, and make it just 7 Maj. Main 2 kill to close out that round. We are all tied up here at 5.
Really fantastic mid control from Banished. You'd love to see it. The flank coming in from the jump up position, finding 2 from Evil Cheese and Jag. And then the round just slowly starts to trickle down as those players start to, get singled off by the different positions. Excuse me.
Here we are. Another bit of mid presence here. It looks like they're waiting out the utility. But pretty soon we might see them explode Main. Once again, like you said earlier, looking to aggro through a Main, but he's going to fall off and let his teammate get that.
Yeah,
he looks to
a
hold
very
donut.
active op roll. Moving around.
Yeah, that's huge.
Oh, that's a
It was
sick
way
shot.
too late, but he gets the kill on the Halo. That was crazy.
Main is feeling it right now.
Yeah, feeling it again as he takes down Panda. The other 3 players from Voice Cracker look to run away. They're looking to hop up on the catwalk. 2 progressing up cave. It's JaVale with his buddy Affleck. But we got a good crossfire here coming in from the CT side. Tweaks actually gets turned on by JaVale. Blur gets the trade and turn it around.
JaVale.
JaVale's coming up huge here. It's still going to be tough with the HP of JaVale, but the bomb is going down. The bomb is planted for him. Some util in hand. Smoke out that CT. But 1 player from cave, 1 from ramp on this retake. And we're going to see some contact here as JaVale deals down Dakota. And now it's just going to be Affleck as the last alive. Gets touched by a nade. The nice headshot on Evil Cheese. Gets that AK. Now Main with that op. Coda with the M4. Takes down Affleck.
It's a little scary there for Banished Legion. You know, those last two players on the T side, they get B control and that bomb's down, and those players start to trickle in. You just have to get a couple of 1v1 situations if you're voice crackers, and you actually get to walk away with that one scot-free. Really big plays from JaVale, though, coming in with the Flying Tech 9, upgrading to the M4, and then finding the other player who was long. Very, very well played.
Yeah, I mean, off a rough buy like that, that's all you want. All you want is to get that bomb down, and then you somehow give yourself a chance to win. That was a beautiful take from there. But now 6-5, last round of the half. Voice Cracker have lost a lot of rounds in a row here, and they look to turn the tides for themselves. We are going to see some cave contact soon, but Aflac gets down to such low HP right off the rip.
They've been keeping up with this early cave aggression, and it's really been kind of interesting to see how it pans out on both sides, and it looks like they're actually now going to be kind of in a stalemate, as no one wants to aggress any further. But 3 players on each side stacked up towards this B site. And I'm a little interested. It looks like they might think that the T's have gone up into red. You see the position that Koda's playing there in the CT spawn. But Blur will find out Aflac in cave finally.
Yeah, lots of util being dumped out from Banished Legion's side. We hear a missed op shot there. Blur and Main, not on full HP anymore, not on full util. And we're seeing all of the players from the T side grab the bomb and start moving towards middle.
This could be a really fantastic late round call here coming in from Voice Cracker. Evil Cheese finding one, but JaVale finds him. And there's only one more player, but a very quick rotate coming in from the CTs. They are wasting no time getting back to the A site. And Main is going to take down that bomb planter. It just leaves Panda in a 1v2 with 20 seconds left.
Yeah, he was looking to lurk on the post plant, cut off the rotation, but his team just went down before they could even get the bomb down. He only has 12 seconds left now. He does take out Blur, and he has to find the last one. He's really close with Main, and Main takes him down. It's 7 for Banished.
Banished keeping it competitive. They do bring it back into an advantageous scoreline. They are now on the T side up 7. That's more of what we want to see, even though they had a slightly rocky start. They did find those rounds in the end.
I mean, yeah, they won the initial pistol round, but then getting reset there. And I mean, we all know how the CS2 economy is with how it's been, switching to 12 rounds. You lose one, you want to buy back into it, and then you lose again, and suddenly you're down 5-1, which is where they were. But since they've been able to get their economy stabilized, they just ran away with it. And now we're looking to see them run towards B here.
4 players going just right by the cave in the mid.
And one player who was AFK, he does come back online in T-spawn. 4 through Donut, and we're looking at 1 look to come through A main. For the CT side, we also do see Panda boosted up in this position. He has some control here, patience, but he's missing. He's not connecting, and he goes down with 0 kills. 4v3 advantage on this little retake here. JaVale evening out.
Down to a 2v3 now. You really want to see some more out of Panda, but Aflac fighting Evil Cheese. He does find him. One more player in the temple position. He'll be called out now in JaVale. He's actually on the bomb already. It looks like they know where these players are at. And it's now down just to JaVale and Weapon Blur. He's going to clean it up. Really great round from Banished Legion. Will they be able to convert this second round after the pistol?
I mean, I think they will. The Voice Cracker's not really going to be able to buy much into this, and if they do, they put themselves at risk of a real rough few rounds for ahead of them.
I definitely think it's going to be much easier for the T side to be able to get that second round conversion off of a pistol win than the CTs here. It does look like they do have a couple of upgraded pistols. Halo going in with just a USP. And it looks like those players are going to be all towards the B site, taking some early jag control, trying to catch off one of these players.
Evil Cheese, very close with these players. They're pushing from both sides here. 2 on ramp, 2 through cave, and that's some noise cues. I think he's not going to get 1 here, and he goes down to 7 Maj.
Great coordinated push there from Voice Cracker, and now they know that all these players are on the A site.
Halo being the only player there. He's going to be looking to wait for his teammates. Main does take out Panda as he's lurking there. And Main with another. Main with the 3rd. Halo going to be the last alive. And he was the first contact here in A main. And he does go down to main as well. And that is going to be actually a nice little 4K from him, I believe.
That was an ace, actually. I believe he had all 5. So he's going to be really happy with that. Not just for his own performance, but because now his economy is looking fantastic, and he's going to bonus that Mac 10 into this round. Hopefully some of these CT players he can catch off guard without a helmet, I think is what he's going for here. We can see Aflac, Panda, and JaVale. They are all without helmets. Only 2 players on the Voice Cracker team is going to be Haylol and 7Manage, and not much util. So on this gun round, we're going to have to see what they can get scrapped together with these rifles until getting that first early pick on main.
Yeah, it's good kills here. Coming up from JaVale, coming up from Aflac. And now, very quickly into this round, we're only 20 seconds deep, and Tweaks is the last person alive for Banished Legion.
Yeah, it looks like they make up for that lack of utility with there's some really, really great early on aggression in that Jaguar in the jump up position. And now it's just Tweaks, and he's going to get caught out by Panda. What an excellent round for the Voice Cracker on that first gun round, and they are going to be desperate for this extra money they get going into the next.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it in the beginning of that round. We talked about how they did not have much utility, but the utility they did have, they made sure to put onto the back of that catwalk there, and it forced a little bit of pressure on Banished Legion that put them into a little bit of a funnel, and Voice Cracker just went away with that.
Yeah, they absolutely made the right decision for play their cards there for sure. And again, they're going with that early mid aggression. 3 players in the mid position, 2 on B site. This is actually a default you see from a lot of teams. They don't really put a lot of pressure early on towards A site because it's not really expected that the T's are going to be there. It's just not the site that they want to go to most of the time. And now they're going to be rotating a little bit of that support back towards the A site now, as it is a few seconds into the round. But still, most of those T-side players, Evil Cheese has been found out, will be towards the B side.
We are seeing a little bit of progression onto A. Main does open it up onto Aflac, but a nice kill from Halo across the map. And falling down, bad timing for Tweaks to do that. But he might get run over here with some support from Blur. Now a 3v3, but Tweaks is on such low HP.
Look at the position. Oop. Weapon Blur will get found out by 7Manage. I'm looking at the position right now on main. I'm not sure if they're aware that he's in Temple right now. He does find JaVale. It looks like they were unaware of him, and now it's Tweaks coming in from A-main with a bomb. Main finding 7Manage and Donut. Just absolutely online with the op of this match.
Yeah. Not sure where the last one is. He does know now, and he does get it. Bringing that round back. 10 on the board. Banished. Looking to close it out soon.
Some incredible op shots coming out from main there, absolutely shutting down that round. He's just going to continue to be a problem for Voice Cracker on this T side, it looks like.
Yeah, main is sitting here at 20-9. He is lighting up the scoreboard right now. And yeah, we are going to see a little bit more A presence here from the side of Banished Legion. Oh, missing shots here. Not used to seeing that from main. 7Manage looks to be the only line of defense for the CT side on this A. He gets pushed back into Donut. He has a little bit of support in Donut. And yeah, this is looking to be a potential 5v5 retake, as all CT players are still alive. And that bomb's going down.
Damage being traded all over the place. There are 2 T players with less than 10 HP combined. The bomb is down. There's still 5 on each side, both trying to find some sort of opening to get their way in. And it looks like the contact is here. Evil Cheese finds 2.
Yeah, it's still 3v3 though. And Panda running out, getting the kill. Blur and Tweaks make it just Blur. Lots of util still online, and he's not going to have fun as Voice Cracker gets their 7th. And they think there's still some more alive.
Just really, really impressive how both teams can find themselves in that situation with 5 players. You see 2 players on the T side down to just ridiculously low HPs, and finally when that contact gets made, Evil Cheese finds 2, but Voice Cracker, they clean up really, really well and actually end with 3 players alive on their side, and they get the bomb defused. 7-10.
Yeah, this could get a little bit spicy here as we're going to be seeing Banished Legion force them to save here. It should be 8 for Voice Cracker and their economy. If they play this right, they can really stabilize here. We are seeing 3 progress onto the B site from the T side.
Very quick, no upgraded pistols, just Glocks. Weapon Blur actually finding out JaVale with the Glock there.
Yeah, but the kills are coming online, but another kill with the Glocks for Tweaks. He's hungry. He's seeing if he can get a second here. There's only 2 players alive. This cutoff here from Tweaks. Yeah, he's going to have to find that kill. Aflac has to find him quick, but Tweaks is not overcommitting. Then he does go down. It's the Glock getting the kill, and it's Evil Cheese getting on the other side. 11 on the board with a Glock round from Banished Legion.
Maybe a little bit of a misread from Voice Cracker there. I feel like they should have known a little bit better about what their economy situation looked like on the T side. They shouldn't have expected AKs coming at them. And so I think that those players just needed to buy the head armor there because those Glocks are just so punishing, especially at that close distance on the B site. So very well played, very well read from Banished Legion in order to get those players up there, get the bomb down, and win the round with little to no investment.
Bad, really bad for the economy of Voice Cracker. We see 1 on a 5-7, 2 on MP9s. They're playing very aggro, trying to make it work. Tweak starting it off with 1 kill onto Catwalk. And we are seeing Banished Legion all bundled up towards the back of B here. They're looking for a boost, seeing if they can find a player. They do, but it's the kill actually going on the way of Pandazun. But 4v2, thanks to some trades around the other sides of the map.
This aggression from Voice Cracker is getting met with nothing but opposition and more utility and explosives. But 7Maj, he has something to say on the B site, getting 1 pick from long onto main. That's a big name to be taken down right now. And Halo supporting him from the cave position. And now it's a 2v2. Weapon Blur really on the pillar position, getting caught by Halo. And Evil Cheese will end up going down. That's a very good round from Voice Cracker there to bring that back. They were down to a 2v4 deficit.
Yeah, these buys have been very awkward for both teams, and both teams seem to be just making it work. These teams are really neck and neck in these rounds.
Love to see it. This is the all-out brawl I was hoping to see from some of these teams. Really just seeing who wants it more. And right now, it feels like this can be anyone's game despite the 3-round advantage that Banished Legion has, because you see Voice Cracker going into this with some upgraded rifles, an op on Panda, and if they get away with this one, it looks like the Banished Legion is going to be down to another eco.
Yeah, Panda's looking to take cat control every single round here. They're falling back here. Tweaks is fighting back with the counter utility. Yeah, this is just going to slow down here. I think Banished Legion is going to want to see if they can burn the util of Voice Crackers out here in the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a much slower paced default coming out from Banished Legion. They're trying to find an opening, like you said, burn out some of that utility. They know that they're going to be in the economic disadvantage situation here. And so I think that this is definitely the right call. It looks like they're going to be leaning towards that B site. 1 player spotted that by main. And now things get awkward. He announces his presence there with the op. Panda does find him on the retreat.
Yeah, still 3 towards middle for Banished side. And they're going to be progressing. There's 1 player in Donut, and that is 7Maj. And he does look to get the kill. He gets 1. Instant traded out by Coda, but that's still going to be huge as there's 1 player remaining on the side here. And yeah, it's going to be Halo holding it down. And now just going to be a 2v4 Weapon Blur and Tweaks. Just very split up right now. Vale gonna have some weird timing. Weapon Blur takes down JaVale. This is doable despite the low HP on the Blur. But Panda wants to shut this round down. It's only gonna be 7 HP with the op. And I imagine he just wants to save it for main next round.
Absolutely. Both of these oppers now have just played some pivotal roles in securing a few of these rounds for their teams. Panda now finding 2 on this round, 1 on main. That is a big name again to be taken off the scoreboard. And now, like I said, it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a shaky buy maybe coming in for the side of Banished Legion. This is exactly what you want if you're the Voice Crackers, right? Because now you have an opportunity to bring it up to 10-11, and now it's going to become much scarier. And now you actually have an opportunity to find yourself maybe walking away with it 13-11.
Yeah, if Banished don't climb back in this one, if they don't get at least that bomb down, they're going to be looking at save round to tie it up. So let's see what they can do with these MAC-10s. what magic they can show up, and Maine looking to make some magic, taking out Panda Zoom. That's going to be huge to start. And they can scale up quick because JaVale is the only player towards B right now. And he's locked away in cave. And this scale, it's going to be very ugly. It's going to be very tough. JaVale does start it out on tweaks. But this 4v4 post plant going to be tough because they don't have cave control. But they look to counter that with a bit of CT presence. The support utility is coming. They're looking to make it rain with all these flashes. A bunch of counter flashes back and forth. Coda opens it. Evil Cheese with another. 7 Maj gets the one. And now JaVale is the last one alive. Make it no man alive. 12-9 Banished Legion on match point.
Definitely what you want to see for Banished Legion there. They were getting down, they were out. That one op save given to Maine there may have been what turned the tide. They do end up finding themselves now in the 12-9 situation. In a much better economy. All these players have upgraded rifles. Not much utility on Coda, but the other players on his team are absolutely making up for it, and VoiceCracker are just absolutely scraping together what they can. They do have quite a fair utility stack on some of their players, but down to 4 MP9s and 1 Desert Eagle. Hopefully they can make something happen here.
We mentioned the utility stack. The utility stack takes out tweaks. Do get an eventual trade from Coda. These trades are not going to be nice. They're not going to be generous for VoiceCracker right now, as they are on such bad guns right now. But Halo, speaking of bad guns, picks up a good gun.
Man.
And Panda takes out Blur. And now it's a 4v2.
That is exactly the kind of start you want to be getting with those MP9s. Then now 2 players with upgraded rifles, Panda on the AK and Halo actually on the op. Maybe a little bit of a swap here. Whew! Affleck somehow ready for that. Finds the head of Coda.
Yeah, I mean, that was really going to be the way that Banished Legion needed that to get into this round. It was going to be on him to take out these 2 cave players. And now Evil Cheese does take out one to start it off. I don't know if he's going to be ready for the second player, Donut. But he's going to be planting in the smoke anyway. But just like we saw earlier, it does go down. They're looking on the wrong side. It's 7 Maj taking the kill, taking the round. We're both in double digits now.
And now it's a fight for overtime. Again, these players going back and forth like this, it's doing damage to both sides' economy. You're going to have to see VoiceCracker trying to scrape together what they can with what they have left. Only a couple $1,000s remaining on these players. Obviously, at this point, they can't afford to lose, or else they don't have an opportunity to get to OT. So these players, really, it's all or nothing right now. And this is the best opportunity they're going to have to do it. Banished Legion, they have nothing but upgraded pistols and 1 MAC-10 on Coda. Only 2 players with armor, and it looks like they will be leaning towards the A site here, trying to get it out, maybe with a fast pop.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, there's only 1 player A. That is your best chance to at least get the bomb down. But the bomb's actually all the way in the back of B here. It's looking to make their way over.
Some presence announced. I would like to see a little bit more pace than this if they're going to this A site, because now those players are already a little bit concerned. As you can see, there's 3 players actually swarming that A site for the VoiceCrackers. And now it's just down to a 5v4 as they get that early pick.
And the bomb made a quick reverse once they lost that first player. It's going to be Evil Cheese making his way with the bomb, and he's going to be supported by Maine. But Maine is actually going back to dancing around middle.
And everything has slowed down. Someone is just waiting for someone to overextend on both sides. And now Maine taking a little bit of extra space and making some noise in Jag.
Yeah, but there's going to be 2 players here. That's a big pick, but there's still 2 on B where the bomb is trying to move right now. Panda gets 1, JaVale gets the other. That's going to be no plan on this round. Only 20 seconds remaining. And it's going to be Halo taking out Coda and just last alive Blur. He goes down, and it's going to be 12-11. We are going the distance on this map.
One final round for VoiceCrackers to get here to bring it into overtime. Banished Legion maybe sweating a little bit going into this one. They're trying to get together what they can. It looks like Weapon Blur is going to have to be on a Galil or maybe something else. Waiting, he has the money. I'm not sure what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. I think he thinks he has a gun here. And that could be very, very ugly for them. when he realized that. We see him sprinting back to spawn.
Does he have the time?
I don't think he has the time. And yeah, that's a rough way to start this last round.
Yeah, no, absolutely not the situation you want to find yourself in, stuck with nothing but a clock on match point for your side, or it's overtime. And this would be such a lot of times the momentum shift on these teams is such a big demotivator. Panda's now finding that initial pick.
Well, Blur has a gun now, but it was the cost of his teammate's life. And that's his top frag. Now it's a 4v5. And yeah, Voice Cracker really choking out this round here. It's making it very, very tough for Banished Legion to make any movement. But JaVale might even it out. He gives noise. That's going to be one kill. And there's one just around the corner. It's Pandazon. And Blur, he's hungry, but he's not looking at the right spot as Panda gets the first kill onto Blur.
Looked very aware there coming in from Blur, but he just wasn't quite right with that crosshair placement. And now Coda is trying to clean up.
Flag takes one kill into CT spawn. And that's some more information. Now Evil Cheese, the last alive. I think we're going to overtime as he's stuck here in a 1v4 with only 14 seconds left.
There's no way, right?
They just need to stop running at him. There's no time. And yeah, they're running away. We're going to OT. This game's going to be at 12-12.
Evil Cheese doing the best he can there, but unfortunately, grandfather time does not stop for anybody, and it does look like we will be at a 12-12 scoreline going into OT. What do you think so far, Mr. Noodle?
I mean, the mid control right now has been suffocating from Voice Cracker. Banished Legion, I mean, you know, ain't shit. It's been in the pool for a while. We know how important mid control is, and Banished Legion has had zero of it within the first 15-20 seconds of these rounds. Yeah, later in the round they can progress in it, but it's already once the information has been taken and all the quick rotates are killed.
Yeah, especially from Banished Legion, Voice Cracker early on. We saw a lot of early cave control, and so I wasn't really anticipating for them to be fighting so much for the mid position as much as I expected them to be putting more energy towards B ramp or cave on their CT side. But they've been going with this, like you mentioned, very suffocating mid control, and it looks like it's going to be a fast A-pop coming in on this first round in overtime.
Yeah, Halo should not have been able to get two, but he does, and Zevenmaj gets a third on the board. And yeah, Voice Crackers, great start to OT, just continuing what they were doing in regulation. Main with a nice little boost gets one, but he gets traded out. And now it's Blur going down as well. It's 13 on the board. Voice Cracker with a first lead in a long time.
I do like the change of pace there coming in from Banished Legion. You know, they had been playing a couple slower rounds going into the overtime there, and they just go for the all-out A push. I think that's a great call. Halal does find those two, which I think is pivotal for Voice Cracker to actually get into that round. If he doesn't find those two there, he just gets completely overwhelmed. Maybe doesn't even get one. And, they find themselves in a 4v5 retake with the fullback on the G side. You can't retake that at that point.
Yeah, they should not have been able to give Halo a chance to get those two, but it happened. Halo made it work, and now JaVale makes it work, getting a kill on the Tweaks. Panda gonna be the line of defense, the big line of defense here, as JaVale's on such low HP. They do take him out, and JaVale's gonna have to wait for this retake. It's gonna be a 4v4 retake, make it a 4v3. Now it's trades. JaVale sneaking through that smoke, and the bomb actually isn't down yet. JaVale finds one as he's throwing Util. Planner's still there. Main and Coda. They do have CT control. Main has ramp control. He does get the kill on a 7-Mash. It's going to be a double cave push here, and Main gets another kill through the smoke. And he's looking. The bomb's planted for you, bud. Just stay back and let Coda clean it up here.
Very tense round coming in from both sides. JaVale does a very good job of finding one through the smoke and getting away with his life. Unfortunately, Main does find him through the smoke, like you said, in that cave position. But just excellent round coming in from Banished Legion. I like that they keep the pace up. They do go to the B site. They try and catch the players off guard as best they can. They get themselves into the site, and they just hold. And you notice, like you said, it was planted from Main. He held ramp very well. He let Coda play his spot. And once they knew where those players were, they just played, I think, the best positions they could.
He's been on this T side whenever he has the op. He's been playing ramp a lot. Sees a little bit of information there. Sees the shoulder. And yeah, sees 75 HP going away from JaVale, but Panda takes down Main. And there's actually
Panda
3
has had
alive.
enough. No one yet picking that op back up.
Blur progressing here onto A. He pushed back Halo, but 7 Maj does take him down. And yeah, this is ugly. This is not looking good for Banished Legion.
3v5 for Banished Legion. They do have 2 players on the CT side, very low on health, that could even this very quickly, as they do intend to creep up on the B site. But the 2 players playing in this cubby position, they aren't expecting Panda to be there, but he's hurt out, caught in the fire and flames, and now it's just down Dakota in a 1v2. But again, Halal has 1 HP left. This is a very winnable clutch. Dakota actually has the health advantage right now.
Yeah, I like that he's not going for the plant early. He finds Halo.
It is now just another low HP CT player left on Voice Cracker. 7 Maj coming in through Cave.
I like
20
this
seconds
move.
left.
I love this move. He knew that there was no trade coming in from CT, so he has to make that push because no one should be there. 7 Maj is going to look to race through Donut. But
It's a very good lead from
Coda has such good timing here as he's planning for himself, and 7 Maj is going to have to look for him. It's going to be tough.
Thinking he might be coming in from a red flank or on the B site. But 7 Maj is already up through Donut. He's cleared a lot of positions on this A site already. He's going to put that smoke down.
Oh, that's
and now
big.
it gets scary.
Yeah, that smoke in hand makes it very interesting. Coda trying to second guess if he actually has some. He does get 7 Maj though.
What a sick round for Banished Legion, especially from Coda there, cleaning it up in the 1v2. He played that exceptionally well, finding the low HP player. Like you had mentioned, he noticed that no trade came in from CT, so he takes that space, goes to the A site, gets the bomb down, and despite their best efforts, it looks like Voice Cracker were not going to be able to get that retake. And now it looks like Banished Legion are going to be on the side of CT, which we saw them struggle with early on, but they did bring it back. So now maybe they'll be able to keep that energy on this second seed we have.
Yeah, we'd love to see them keep that energy. We'd love to see them keep doing some damage. Good utility onto Catwalk. But this cave presence, Affleck with a nice opener on Dakota, the hero of last round, and beating the Molly is Halo, opening it up on a Blur. We're looking to get it even out. We're seeing so much pushes through the smokes. Tweaks gets killed into Halo. And yeah, this is still weird. There's so many smoke pushes and Bomb's not even down. Bomb's not even on the site yet.
Despite all the action that just happened on the B site, there are 3 players on Voice Cracker's team who are going through Donut right now to A site, and there is no one over there. Main is doing his best to try and get in, but he just gets smoked off. And now JaVale could not find 2 there. That is ridiculous that he gets those 2 on that lurk. And now it's just down to Main in the 1v4. He gets the first.
He really has to get lucky here, but it's Affleck dropping a nade onto the face of Main.
That is an HE egg if I've ever seen one. Do you think he was inspired by the insurance goose to name himself Affleck?
It's got to be, right? there's only so many ways.
Not many other
options
options,
out
right?
here. Yeah.
But now it gets really tense again. We're down to 14-14, 1 round for either side. It gets them to match point.
Really tough here. We're seeing the same mid control that Voice Cracker was doing to Banish. They're doing it themselves. Main getting hungry, gets the kill with that op by pushing up onto Catwalk. And he's able to exit. And almost a bit of team damage there from elbow to cat.
So far, so good from Banished Legion. They do have a lot of presence over here at B, and they are now just rotating some players back over to that A side, evening out the balance a little bit as they bring it down to a 5v4. Affleck still maintaining the cave aggression, trying to take as much space as he can here.
Molly's dropping down from both sides. Still a 2-1-2 setup from Banished.
Yeah, so far just trading some utility, and now it looks like the set piece is going to come out as these players start to swarm up the B ramp.
Yeah, it's going to be tough when they're sitting in sight, but they do get the 2 to start it out, make it 3, and now PandaZoon, last person alive with the 2 to trade it out.
Now knows that one player is in cave, one player is coming from short. He's expecting one more. He doesn't know from where yet, though.
He's pushing short in a good time.
What
He
a
is going to
good
have the
peek.
back of Evil Cheese. Now in 1v2, one at long, one at cave. Bomb ticking down.
Just spotted.
Looks to make it happen. Makota gets the round. And it's going to be another match point for Banished.
Keeping it very exciting here, both these teams. Coda, if he just, waits a second longer before he comes out there, he maybe doesn't see Panda tuck into that corner there, and that becomes really scary. Already down to a 1v2, you can see one good spray transfer to completely turn that around, and Voice Crackers could walk away with it. But now it is match point for Banished Legion. They do need one more to close this one out, but Voice Crackers, they do have the economy to fight for this, and we could see an overtime number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of OT, right? Everyone has their full chance to go into every single round. Banished Legion, they just really need to hold it down. I did not like what was going on in that 2-on-2 setup when they had that advantage. I would have liked to see a little bit more of a stack there. I mean, they got lucky, they got the kills. But I mean,
Yeah, what you notice too is that they've been very quick on these rotates, and I think a few times that's really helped them out because the Voice Cracker side, especially early on with those A takes, they committed 4, if not all 5 of their players there, and the bomb would be spotted out really early on. And so I think these early rotates have really been working out well for them. But I do agree, normally it is pretty uncommon to see that 2-1-2 split. But I do think in that 5v4 situation, they're just trying to play the cards as best they can. What you'll notice is they haven't had the same sort of mid presence that I think Voice Crackers have had on their CT side. Again, a lot of stacks towards maybe the B side a little bit, and then they kind of do 2 more passive mid players, or 1 mid and then 1 A. And so definitely a little bit more of a passive mid control coming in from Banished, and I think that's why they're playing that the way they are. It's just not part of their playbook maybe on each in here.
But now we're looking to see, we are seeing 4 players start moving towards the A bomb site here from Voice Cracker. 3-1-1 started off, and they're actually going to be moving to mid right away. And that's going to be mid going the way of Voice Cracker. And they look to actually progress through Red Room, maybe.
Very fast presence here in red. Halo just waiting for a CT player to come in for the re-aggression. Trading some utility with his teammates.
Yeah, they are going to flash him in. Not going to be able to do anything to Coda, though, and that is information for Halo, but it's still going to be a 1v1, but the 1v1 goes in the hands of Halo. Main, as the last effort here, alone, he's getting hit from both sides here, gets another kill, but it's still going to be rough with the trade, actually, for Blur. It's going to be a 2v2 on this retake. The health advantage is there. The bomb is going down for Donut, but they have 1 Donut player, 1 CT player. And that's some more info. This is your low HP. It's going to be Blur. It's only Panda. Very low HP. He wants to be the hero. He needs to be the hero. He's looking to be the hero. It's a 1v1. It's planted for you, bud. You have a chance here. Smoke goes down. I imagine he's going to start tapping the bomb. No kit in hand. The spray goes. The spray hits. And it's going to be 16. Banished Legion take the dub and go on to round of 8.
A huge sigh of relief for Banished Legion there. They clean it up. Weapon Blur clutches through the smoke. Really fantastic. What an amazing game. That one was exciting. Getting to see overtime. Both teams were fighting as hard as they could for it. And I think Banished Legion, they did a really great job of coming together on that second CT half and sort of maybe fixing some of the problems they had found early on. We did say that they started off at quite a big deficit and they kind of brought it back there. And so I was really glad to see that they kept that energy coming into that second CT side.
Yeah, I mean, we just kept seeing like a bunch of waves that game. It was like Voice Cracker started off dominating, then Banished Legion, and then Voice Cracker pulled it back, and then Banished ran away with it at the end. But man, it was just the tale of the Oppers in that second half. We had Main tearing it up pretty much the whole game there for Banished Legion. He came into this game with 16 R-dubs, just tearing it up. Had a 30 bomb this game, but Panda Zoo and the Opera on the other side, the reason that they came back, had 37 on the board for himself. Really tough that they go out like that, but man, it's got to feel good to have a showing like that.
No, absolutely. And like you said, some operas having some really, really fantastic individual performances. It makes for some really great Counter-Strike to watch. And, there were a couple of rounds there where there were just some really, really sick calls, like that one boost kill that Main got over the,
Mhm.
the smoke on that A push. I think it was the first round on overtime, actually, on their
Yeah.
side. I mean, just like the cognition to call that in that moment and get a pick. Maybe a little bit of an overextension there. He probably could have gotten a couple of more, but just keeping it very exciting, very tense on both sides. At no point could you expect what either side was planning on doing, and I think it was just a really fantastic back and forth that we got to see.
Yeah, they were keeping it fresh and really excited to see how they go moving on in the bracket. And yeah, we hope to keep it fresh with you guys. So we're going to be heading to a break just now, and we'll see you guys in just a few.
everybody, and welcome back to the Generation Nostalgia Hellcase Online Cup. We want to thank everybody for joining us today on stream and all the teams for participating. It's going to be an exciting day of Counter-Strike. Up next, we have our first best of 3 on board. It's actually the semifinals match. We are going to have Team Kiri versus Late Night Nut, which has a lot of high-level talents. We have players like One Lefty, Rue, Bango, Fart, and From Behind that are a part of Late Night Nut. They're all top level to face the level 10 players. And then on the opposite side, we have Vulcan, Flacco, Miles D, Allure, and Adam. They're also level 10 players, and actually looks like playing in FPL, I actually believe. So really, really stacked rosters here. Up next on stream, it's going to be a really exciting best of 3. We have currently on the first map, I think it's looking like Nuke is going to be the first one. So that's going to be an interesting series starter. Also wanted to quickly comment on the last game that we had. What an absolutely crazy overtime 16-14 match. I wanted to quickly pull up the statistics from that game because I truly have to say that was probably one of the best games I've seen in a nostalgia tournament. Actually, that was genuinely super, super impressive. Really quick, just want to take a look. So, all right. Wow. Yeah. So with that match ending, looks like Main ended with an insane 31 kills, 20 deaths, as well as 109 ADR. An incredible performance from him, definitely getting the MVP that game. And even from the other team, Voicecracker looks like had an impressive performance individual. We had 37 kills put up by Pandazun, 109 ADR. Very, very impressive work. So that was a great game. And looks like we are going to be heading into the next game fairly soon here as well. Just want And looks like we're starting soon here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us again, and hope to see you in game. Guess not.
We are
Can you
absolutely
change
back.
Oh yeah, overlay's good. Overlay's good. Never mind. You're good. Okay, that's good. Perfect.
Well, we're off to a very exciting start here. Team Kiri in Late Night Hut just decided on the knife round here. Now they're waiting for the teams to select their sides. I am instead now joined by Regent instead of T-Noodle. Regent, would you like to say hello?
Hello. There's my hello. How is everybody doing today? It's been solid so far. Some great first matches during that round of 16 and round of 8. But now we get into the round of 4 where, as you mentioned, best of 3s. So it's going to take 2 maps to determine who's going to move on to the grand finals here. But I'm excited, I will say.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to some exciting series. And we are starting off on Nuke here. Looks like this is Team Kiri's pick. And some early on aggression coming in from Late Night Hut into the ramp position and very quick down to the B site. One player, Vulcan, remains up in that lobby area, finding one player off guard, down into a 5v3. Bomb has yet to go down. They will just now be planning it. And again, these T's keep finding more and more picks. But it looks like FR will be coming in, cleaning up 2 of those T players.
Ooh, last one up, Bango in the 1v3. He's got to make some heroics here to try to get into this round, but that thing is going to push him out of the round as Late Night Nut get their first round on the board. Solid start there as they just take that B site with force and pretty much take over that entirety, and it was just a matter of putting it in from the 10-footer.
It looks like our team names might have swapped around again. It looks like it was actually Team Kiri who was the ones on T side.
Which makes sense. I mean, after all, they're the ones who picked the map, so I would imagine
I was gonna,
the ones at CT side, right?
Absolutely. They definitely want to start off CT side here if Nuke is not your map pick. Arguably the easier side to win rounds on. Generally, that's the side teams are going to
Unless you're feeling ballsy, I will say.
Yeah, you know, especially with some of these players, you might expect to see maybe a team who really prefers that T side. Some of these people, especially now, you can see it in actual pro teams like Aurora, for example. They won a lot of their T side rounds, and that's why they were so good at Anubis while it was still in the pool.
Yeah. RIP Anubis, one of my favorite maps, but now gone for the count. And already gone for the count is from behind, getting shot from behind, but it's just a pistol, so it should be an easy round for Team Kiri as they find themselves on the B side planning it. They should just be able to finish these kills. Hopefully not to lose any weapons. Make sure to keep these weapons so they can work that bonus round much more efficiently. But it looks like they're running for the hills, Late Night Nut. And it will be that second coming in shortly enough. It's just going to take a little bit of time before they send the search party for these two CTs. Great headshot there coming in from Rue. He's going to upgrade himself to a Mac 10. Might not even be necessary into the next round as they will have a buy coming in for the next. But already a 2-0 start for Team Kiri. They do find that Mac 10 back though. But it's all negligible as we move ourselves closer and closer into what's going to be the start of this game. And Lefty going down as well with the bomb. Good start though to Nuke so far.
First 2 rounds are always a cop-out, right? Like, you can always expect whoever's
Yeah.
going to win that pistol round, you're genuinely going to get that conversion on the second. So now we're going to get into the first real rifle round. This is where I think we're going to start seeing how these teams are really going to start approaching this map. I think the CTs, they have a big responsibility here, obviously, to try and get that first round on the board, because if they don't, their economy is pretty much in shambles until they can finally get one back onto Team Kiri.
And a nade takes a lot of flak damage onto their own team, but the hits coming in towards A, yet Rue stops it in its tracks. Early kill, early advantage in favor of Late Night Nut. And they're looking to pick and prod at these opportunities, but Rue continues to find kills on his side. Fart will now start to fart in the face of Adam. Take another one down, now 5v2 in favor. Flacco will trade back on his teammate, but I think the damage has already been done as Late Night Nut find a great defense here on this A side.
Yeah, Miles down to just 13 HP in this 2v4. It does not look like there's going to be much of an opportunity for these two players to make their way into this A side at all. They are just now moving towards that ramp position, trying to see maybe if there's someone up and getting a little close with the CT side aggression. And now Lefty.
Shoot Lefty. Now he will, as he does see the body, see the arm, and it's all up to Flacco. He was the only one to get a kill in this round. Can he continue? He will
You're
find from
stomping
behind.
right past Lefty.
It's not from behind though, it's in front. So how will that go? You can only kill him from behind, but when it comes in front, from behind will take care of it. Late Night Nut do get there first.
That's exactly what you want to see on this CT side here after you lose that first pistol round and the conversion. And so now we're going to see the economy's evening out a little bit. It's now going to be Team Kiri on the back foot. They really need to come in and make sure they get this round, or else they are going to be down to probably an eco buy or a full save, depending on how they want to call it. But
Right you are, Goober. You see this aggression early from Rue.
Yeah.
He wants to take this space, but he pays the price early in the round. Already a 5v4 advantage for the T side. Pretty much a reciprocal from the last round. Vulcan's gonna find one from the top of Marshmallow, and Flacco sneaking right behind the smoke is gonna trade places with, I believe that's Fart, playing right behind the smoke. But Adam, providing coverage already, expects that there is the potential of a Fart lingering. He will take that kill. And on the last 2v2 CTs here, it's going to be a tough time, especially now that they're getting pinched into the A side. It surely should be Team Kiri's round unless Lefty can make some clutch happen.
yeah, only one Lefty on that CT side, and he will get found out in heaven. Now there's 0 Lefty on the CT side.
These names, man. These names are something to work with, I will say so myself.
Do you think the players with the hyphens in their name prefer to go by just the name, or does Adam prefer Adam Dash?
Or Adam Hyphen.
Or Adam, exactly, Adam hyphen.
I think they would rather prefer the name. Imagine being called that in pro play. Just Hyphen Vulcan Hyphen with a great headshot. No, that wouldn't work.
Coming in from CSC, we've had to define a couple of players' names like that. We have Ben and Ben Dash right now. I love it.
Nah, that ain't it. But what is it is the lefty left wide swing into the double kill. Great pop flash from Fart to be able to provide some support, but back at you. They will find 2 kills of their own, leaving it to a 3v3. Bango here to provide some coverage for this B ramp position, but taken down immediately. However, from behind was able to get a lurk kill. And low HP found on both players of Team Kiri. 20 HP combined. This should really be an easy shooting round here for Late Night Nut, would hope.
It is going to be from behind, creeping up that ramp position as the 2T players do get into the heaven. It sounds like Rue does here. The bomb will start to go down. And he does find the first in heaven. Only one more remains. That will be Ayler on the back of the A site, and he doesn't get caught out by Rue. Very well played from the CTs, calming down, slowing it out, slowing down that round, and just waiting for that information to come to them.
Yeah, and as you said, now starting to string some rounds here for Late Night Nut. They're going to start dripping the economy little by little on the side of Kiri, but they're still going to have enough to work with, especially with AKs coming in the way. We are going to get a bit of a tech pause. We do see Adam Hyphen currently out of the server. Sorry. It's just so funny to kind of think of the way that would be called. I mean, I would hope that no player comes up to me and is like, why did you not add the hyphen? Why did you not add the dash? But
well, I mean, you
sometimes-
have to think about it. We could have Bango Dash or Bango Hyphen, and then Hyphen Rue. Dash Rue.
Yep, I love it. But already the buy going to be coming in. Adam's going to succumb to a deagle, but the economy completely down in the dumps for Team Curie. They need to make a round happen here, or they're going to see themselves on the back end of a save. However, a great start there. Flacco able to find Lefty from the outside position, and more fights coming towards the Heaven player. Bango down to 16 HP, pretty much out of the round. He's got to make some sort of impact with his util, but already Team Curie with a great start on this round.
Absolutely. Those are the picks you want to see, especially early on T side here on Nuke. You want to try and get as much space as you can. This is such an impressive map if you're on the T side. If you don't get those early on picks, that early site control is just going to go to the CTs time and time again. And Miles finding Bango there in the J Hall position. Definitely not what you want to see from behind, from the face, getting caught out by Ayler's jumping AK.
That's unfortunate. And Fart looking at his teammate deciding whether they really want to go for this, and it isn't really a good round to go for with 4 players still alive on Team Curie, so they think better of it. They're going to go for that save. Team Curie getting themselves another round on the board. Late Night Nut not having a good time in terms of trying to string rounds together, and it makes it just worse as Flacco was already out looking for these players. Takes one down, and it would hurt even more if they lose all rifles, especially with Fart having the kit. And they might just search for it together. He does have teammates to be able to help him out. It's Miles who's with him, and they're going to slowly clear for this. You can imagine they are ready for this potential, and Miles does so accordingly and lets them know, I found you. Team Curie find 4.
Yeah, Fart unfortunately gets found out in that pipe position. And both players getting brought down, really going to be critical to that CT side economy. Both Rue and Fart are going to be feeling that in this round. Both those AKs go down.
And you would imagine that late nights, they're going to start feeling that pressure here on this CT side. And like we said, the more favorable side on a map like Nuke, where defensive rounds should come with ease on this kind of map. So if a T side starts to cook here, kind of calling it done already before it even started.
Yeah, I think a lot of what we're seeing right now is just, you know, especially on Nuke, you can never really anticipate how a team is going to go into it. You see a lot of teams going for early on aggression, like I think Team Curie has been showing us so far. You'd see, you know, we go maybe 15, 20 seconds into the round. Generally, there's already been an engagement that's occurred, and I think they're just capitalizing off those early picks really, really well. And so it's just going to be Late Night Hut's ability to respond, or excuse me, Late Night Nut's ability to respond. Getting my Nuke callouts confused with team names here. I apologize.
No worries.
Just going to be their ability to respond to that early on aggression. And right now,
diabolical, by the way.
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
Let's not make any mistakes here too as well. Late Night Nut, they had the bye in the round of 16. So one of my biggest factors that I wanted to consider was, will they be able to warm up into the game? I mean, they did win a 13-8 against Tractors on Ancient, but you know, kind of still getting into things. You know, a lot of these teams, when they don't get the right warm up, they could be falling off the tracks. But right now, showing that Team Curie still got what it takes. However, Rue with a 5-7, a very OP weapon, will get the first kill here. But the weapon advantage still in favor of Team Curie.
Finally evens out the playing field. But from behind does find Adam with the USP, and he finally does get traded out by Miles. Down to a 3v3 now. And this eco from the CTs is actually looking really good.
Very expensive round as well, losing all those AKs.
Yeah, both the players that go down will not be able to fully buy into next round, I don't believe.
No, especially considering how much they invested into that from the last round. They didn't lose that much personnel, but you could see that the economy is not in the best state as you would expect for the scoreline that we have. But thinking better of it, late night nut, they're just going to recover that AK. They could try to recover the second one, but I would imagine that it's just going to be damage control. Maybe hope that you can grab the AK without being noted of. Vulcan, though, takes out the lurk into, I believe that was Mini. But the AK will be able to save up, and let's see what the MAC-10 can get away with. It's going to start looking for these lobby players. Catch one from behind. Flacco down for the count, but you would imagine that's all that Bard's going to be able to do, as he will go down to the bomb. One AK salvage for late night nut, but Team Curie find 5.
Just remaining on that CT side at the end of that round there. Late night nut. They are just scraping together what they can right now. They're going to get some rifles out on this round, but they're not going to be left with anything left in their reserves.
Not at all, indeed. You can even tell, like, the utility is not in the greatest state either. Bango in from behind. They're still able to wield something. Better than nothing, but you know that that's going to have a lot of impact, especially on a CT side that needs to break through a T side that is incredibly aggressive with early util. So having that util is incredibly necessary to even have a say on your defense. But already starting it off, damage being traded back and forth. Flacco once again finding another opening towards the outside position. It's been his playground. And he's swinging.
Yeah, the CT side outside aggression has been getting shut down pretty regularly by Team Curie here. And now Bango from the unbreakable position trying to take fights towards Squeaky, or excuse me, towards Secret. As 2 players on Team Curie do get down. 5v4 for Team Curie. They do look to take this advantage all the way to the B site as the bomb does try and sneak over, but he is spotted out by Bango.
That's info, though. They already got through Secret, though. And there is rotation coming in from behind, able to take one before he goes down to the grave to Flacco once again. Sitting at 11 and 3 in the stat line, really leading the way by example. There is only one player to come here just in time. He does have a support in Bango as well, but smoked out, mollied out, the entire nade belt being used up on that ramp position. Allows for the bomb to go down. 4v3 retake here in favor of Team Curie. And with no positioning yet for this retake, you would imagine that it's going to be a tough one to break through. But here we go. Flash is coming in. They're going to start going for these peaks. But Alor holding the door, playing Gandalf. You shall not pass. And he's not letting them pass. They haven't even passed through the door just yet. And already the bomb's been ticked off halfway. One and done. Lefty able to trade back. But you would imagine with the amount of time being wasted trying to get through the ramp doors, that should do it. They'll go for the save. And late night nut still having a rough time here on the CT side.
And you see Team Curie there, almost surgical in the way that they completely cut off all the rotates. At this point, you know, they see them with the complete secret control. They cut off the vent rotation so no players can go down. And they actually had one of their players, I believe that was Miles in Squeaky, just watching to make sure that no one would go down that way. And so it funnels all those CT players into that ramp position, which is just such an unfavorable spot to be trying to make that retake from, especially when you're already at a player disadvantage.
Which is something that we normally see often too, because you got to provide that coverage for the rotation. It makes it a lot more hurtful when you don't have that rotation available. So very diligent stuff on the lurk to be able to cover off that area, especially when that's one of the more used to rotations that people do. But here we go, round getting started incredibly early, going really fast. You see Flacco already getting himself down outside towards that secret position, but the fights are actually coming towards the lobby position. 2 kills going the way of Team Curie. It is a bit of a force buy, I will say, in some cases. Some people with rifles, some people with pistols, but it looks like the pistols having a good time. Rude, though, fighting through 2 with the USB. Lefty also gets one with the M4, and Bango finds one of his own, leaving it to Alor in the 1v3. Just like that, in a blink of an eye, the round has changed up, and Alor is going to have to clutch it up for Team Curie. He's got 2 players to deal with towards his outside position, and they're providing great coverage towards it. 1 kill coming in, and Alor efficient enough to get the kill.
Goodness.
Gets the second. Now it's a 1v1. Bango left up. He is towards the outside position, watching from the marshmallow, but Alor suspects, especially from that early tag through the hut, he suspects that he's still in lobby. That's why he's going to check it. With 45 seconds, he has a lot of time to work with still. This is definitely doable to make this clutch happen. He's going to opt for the rooftop route. He's going to have to make a lot of noise for this, though. So this is going to make it a lot easier for Bango if he's close enough within proximity that he'll hear this drop down. Lowest member on the scoreboard for Late Night Nut having to clutch it up. A round that was pretty much right there for the taking, but Alor has fought back into this. With only 20 seconds left on the clock, he's still got to go to get the bomb. The objective is the primary focus, but with that shot, now he
Look at the
knows,
time.
and he's going to have to force it. He's going to have to force himself closer, but with the bomb barely getting picked up and the route to A site being too far to get to, it looks like Alor, it's not enough to get the 2K, to get the clutch. It will be Late Night Nut finding themselves around, so a bit of a lifeline, but good work on Alor to try to clutch things back up, though.
No, absolutely. Aylor coming in clutch with the early 2 picks after it goes down to a 1v3. Rue, might I add, though, at 2 HP with a USP, finds 2 picks from Garage. That is just absolutely insane, especially at that point in the round. Like you had said, they kind of go in there with a bit of a shaky buy, sort of an eco, and the fact that they're able to close that out there is just incredible.
Yeah, that was definitely going to be a game changer if they're able, if that just pretty much, if they did that incredibly efficiently as well, with not even losing any bodies and being able to upgrade to weapons, the economy would have been in the great state for Late Night Nut. And on top of that, they would have had the weaponry to just get themselves in a better feel as we get to the later stage of this first half. But as you can see, it looks like Team Curie wants to take it to the face immediately right after a missed shot from behind. He's going to have to push himself back as they do watch for this position. They're going to send the utility towards him. He's out of the round for the time being, and a bomb plant should come in.
They're finding 2 at that Mac 10 and nets himself an additional $1,200, especially after all that economic damage coming in from the last round. That's going to be huge. And now they're down to a 4v3. The bomb does go down, and these CTs do try and start stacking up for this retake here. Vulcan does find out 1 lefty, and it's now just down to from behind as Rue gets caught out in that main position. And it's definitely going to be a save coming in from behind here.
So he still will get taken down. Miles ready for that potential. They expected him in that position, and they were correct. Team Curie finds 7 in the penultimate round. Right now, taking the control is this T side of Team Curie. And you can see the economy on the side of Late Night Nut not in the best state anymore. They're going to have to go for pistols here if they want to make at least something of a last round of the half.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to get whenever you can on this CT side here while you still have this advantage that you get to play with. Now, moving into the final round of regulation here, they've netted to go for upgraded pistols and a Mag 7, and it looks like so far... Oh, yep. Oh, Miles will find 2. Where are these players at? Are they all top site right now?
No, they were towards B. They tried pushing radio with a bunch of pistols, and they ended up getting churned up by the AK. And as that occurs, you see that Adam and Vulcan are just doing their own journey towards that B side from the outside. So they'll get that bomb planted, and as you can see, all CTs are still towards that top area. And that said, I wouldn't even imagine this is going to be a round potential for Late Night Nut.
Yeah. Bango trying to do what he can with that Mag 7 there. We've seen it do some incredible damage before, especially netting you $900 additional going into that last round. Late Night Nut, desperate for anything they can get here. So far, it's only 1 player on the T side to fall, and that would be Aylor. But Rue will find Flaco. Speak of the devil. And another one on Adam. Some clean shots coming out of Rue. And it looks like he's going to get it with the AK.
One thing that we haven't really put our point of emphasis on is how important kills are on the CT side, considering the little cash injection that you get. So these are some really big kills in terms of getting yourself a little bit more money for the utility that you need in order to stop a T side like that. As you can see, I was looking at Bango in particular. He was only able to afford armor and an AK, but now he can also afford a flash, maybe if he wants to make some sort of aggressive play and such. But that's the difference maker with a lot of these kills on the CT side. So definitely helpful as we get into this last round of the first half. There is going to be the buys on both sides, as we mentioned. Late Night Nut going on that save. They're going to be able to get this buy, but they're going to need rounds. Right now, they haven't been able to string a streak of rounds. So right now, it's just been Team Curie leading the way the entirety of the game.
Yeah, Late Night Nut trying to piece together this last round if they can with that early on outside aggression. It doesn't look to be responded to by Team Curie as much, but Miles does finally come through with that initial pick on from behind. And again, another one onto Bango. Fart now just down to 1 HP, and it looks like this round is going to start getting cleaned up for Team Curie. The health advantage very much on their side, and it now is down to Rue. Again, still shooting. Oh my goodness. He does find the first
server for them, 11 and 8, but gets taken down immediately after Vulcan steps up to the plate. Adam also finds 1 on his own, and it is all up to the Fart, who's pretty much as dead as a fart if they send it towards him. We'll find Miles, though, the multi-killer of this round. And he's got 2 more to deal with, but 1 bullet, even 1 nade to the brain will do it all. And as you can see, now trying to seep through the smoke, but Vulcan already providing coverage for this, so this should be a done deal. every day of the week.
Art going
Otherwise-
for the silent but deadly approach right now as he sneaks with that smoke. He does find the player top rafters, so now it goes down to a 1v1 against Vulcan, and this gets awkward.
But surely he finds this right. He's already watching towards a position and lets the one tap just to show off a little bit. You know, he was just 1 HP. You could have gone for the body shot, but you know, a lot of people, they tend to go for the head in those situations. But 9 rounds in favor of Team Curie. They go on to the more favorable side in a very great lead, ready to close it out with just 1 pistol.
Very excited to see what Late Night Nut has here for us on this T side. These pistol rounds, this can really determine who's going to get off to the right foot on the second half. I think that if you're Late Night Nut here, you have absolutely no choice but to get this pistol, or else it's going to just turn into a stomp on Team Curie's behalf.
Now let's not make any mistake as well. This is Team Curie's map pick. So for the most part, they're kind of in a safe space to know that they're going to be going on their map pick of Inferno next once we get to it. But right now, you still got a tough hill to climb right here on this T side here. And like you said, it all matters on the pistol. A lot of info being made, but now they're going to re-aggress towards that B ramp position. There are 2 players here to provide a sort of defense. It will be Flacco though. Flacco on the double, able to get more. And here comes Alor from the B ramp position, able to get himself 1 before he goes down for the count. And Lefty getting pinched from his right, not his left this time. Team Curie do find double digits.
Really fantastic round coming out of Team Curie. I love the ramp stack coming in on that pistol round. A lot of teams are going to go for that really, really fast ramp aggression, and so it gets punished really early by Flacco, and then his teammates come in to support him, and they just help clean up around him. Lefty does his best to try and make what he can happen, but it gets out with just Alert, and now we're down to 10-3, and the economic advantage is on the side of Team Curie. They've upgraded into 3 rifles and an XM buy on Miles, actually. I'm curious to see how he's going to be using that from the top hut position.
I mean, to be fair, that is the best position that you want to use the XM, and because it's that easy to just turn up these T side as they just run out there and give them kills, and so that's going to be a huge cash injection for Miles there. Now sitting at 5K with still using the XM, but Team Curie getting closer and closer to the end of this map, 2 away from that victory here on Nuke.
Late Night absolutely getting shredded there by, like you said, by that XM. Such a fun weapon to see. You don't see it a lot in matches, but when it does come out, it oftentimes does find its usability in situations like that. And so on the second round, going to be bonusing it again. Vulcan finding one through the smoke. Just some random spray on the Bango, it looks like. And the
that was
XM
really
goes
quick
through
too.
for Miles.
And Miles, oh my God, Miles went from an XM to an AK in just a jiffy, able to get himself 2, and now the Deagles just having to close things out, try to forget this round and make sure that their buy next is going to be the better one. But 9 chances here for Team Curie to close out Nuke. They're looking ready to do it on the first try, but we never know. Anything can happen, but the economy is not in the best state for Late Night Nut.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If you're Team Curie here, you were feeling great. You now have just netted yourself an additional 9 chances in order to close this match out. You feel great right now. Or, excuse me, maybe 8. I could have had my math a little bit wrong there. But going into this round here with Bango just on a Deagle from behind on a MAC-10, it's getting very tense right now. They need to get this round or else it is going down to a 1-0 deficit going into their map pick on Inferno. But the first 2 picks do go their way.
Hello?
Vulcan finally evening it out. But Rue with the MAC-10.
Kills coming away on the T side.
It doesn't see him.
No, he doesn't. And Fart has the angle advantage. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, the T side still able to stay alive. It felt like the kills just came within the first 10 seconds of that hit. And that was exactly what just happened. And Late Night Nut find the 1 out of the 9 rounds necessary to force an overtime. And at least the bright side, though, is that they're going to have enough money with that victory to then buy themselves into better weaponry. At least a much better buy than what that last round was.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, they make advantage with those fast-paced SMGs moving as quickly as they were. Obviously, Rue catching out Vulcan. And now Aylard, we'll find out Lefty.
Oh.
Adam following up by taking Fart out of the sky. And then Bango
no.
with the scoped gun.
Just as instant as the last round was, where everyone was dead on the CT side, it's now the T's who go down. It's only 5 alive for Team Carry and the 1 for Late Night Nut. And just like that, they'll keep Fi alive, and it will be a dominant 13-4 win here on Nuke to secure the first map for Team Carry, 1 away from securing grand finals. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be heading into the map pick of Late Night Nut, which will be Inferno. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Generation Nostalgia Hellcase Online Cup. We wanted to quickly update you guys. It looks like actually the Team Kiri Late Night Nut match has been forfeited 2-0. Team Kiri wins the series. Late Night Nut looks like had a bit of discrepancies, and there were some issues with wanting to get into the second game. And so we are moving on, and Team Kiri will be going to the finals. So that's super, super exciting. And next up, we're going to be actually transitioning mid-game to Accelerate versus Orbital VSAT Online. They are currently playing, it's a 3-3, and they're on, looks like, Inferno. So we're going to head over to that next stream, and I thank you guys again so much for supporting the stream, the broadcast, and all of the fans for supporting us. And quick shout out for Hellcase again for making this event all possible. You can use our Discord code NCNostalgia for 10% deposit bonus as well as 3 free cases. We hope everybody enjoys the stream, and we'll get in game here very soon.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are actually here on Nuke, so not Inferno for this one because we are map number 2 between Accelerate and Orbital, and already getting started is this T side finding themselves an opening into the A side. Good old transition there, but once again, I am joined here with, I believe, Goober still for this matchup. But like I said, this is map 2 of the series. Not too sure about how Inferno went. But now we're on the map pick of Nuke, which is the map pick of Orbital VSAT Online here. And Orbital VSAT Online starting on the T side, getting themselves a 3rd round soon enough as the kills do come their way. But that said, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in.
Into an even scoreline here as we rejoin Accelerate and Orbital VSAT Online. Again, thanks everyone for joining us for that last Nuke match, and thanks again for joining us here on Nuke again as we see Accelerate and Orbital VSAT duke it out. Nice even scoreline like I had mentioned, and we should see hopefully a little bit of an exciting round here as Accelerate is on a full eco with some upgraded pistols, and SGM with some early event control already down.
Already down indeed. He's going to find a lot of space here, a lot of space that no one has yet considered on the side of Accelerate. Now, how long until you make your noise? Because you're definitely gonna have to break the window at some point. But Sandman's gonna make the first hit onto that A site. A dink through the box. I thought that he was gonna catch a kill, but Andrew gets away on 1 HP, and the kills are found instantly from the side of Orbital. So they find themselves in the lead.
Very clean round. All 5 players stay alive. You have to feel really good there. Even with those upgraded pistols, we've seen 5.7s. They can obviously do a ton of damage against armored opponents. That two shots, one to the head, one to the body, is generally going to be enough to take down a full buy player. And so really great that Orbital VSAT get out with all 5 of their players. They don't lose any guns to that CT side for them to be saved. And now we have rifles full on all 5 of the CTs, and 1 AUG actually on Wilwet. And Ilgu will go down early on to Andrew, and Sandman will find Arceet. Trying to familiarize myself with some of these names here.
Arceet. We'll go with Arceet. But
Arceet.
Arceet down for the count. Igloo as well. Cloud goes 3rd. And just like that, Orbital VSAT finding themselves in a great spot to secure themselves a 5th. Only losing 1 player in that hit. And that's some efficient work done by the Orbital side. An Orbital side that I will say have some really stellar names on their end. We're talking about Luke 4K from Alpha 49 and Sandman from Life's a Game. Pretty solid teams right there playing in ECL, and they're making good work in this tournament as they find themselves not only in a map series lead, but also this current map lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Some recognizable names there on that Orbital VSAT side. Some players who we expect to maybe see perform some well individually. And so going into now this 9th round, again, pistols on the Accelerate side, now going for some deagles here this time around, opting for that bigger firepower, the 1-shot headshot potential this time. And it looks to be much of the same round coming out here. A little bit of a slower default maybe starting out on Orbital VSAT, though. They do end up finding Igloo,
yeah. It's so misinterpreting like the way that it's spelled that you might get it wrong, but it's actually pretty much Igloo. It could be Luigi, honestly. a bit of a, how do you call that? What's that word for?
I apologize. The stream is coming through a little choppy on my end right now, and so the
Oh,
I
it
looks
is?
like an L on the second one. Yeah.
Liglu.
I was like, I'm trying to pronounce these names, and it was just like that doesn't make sense. But that makes a whole lot more sense.
What
And
if
it does
what
look
if
like it's
this
finally
is
down to Cloud.
what if this is Luigi Mangione just getting into our servers and he's just like using this kind of name, which is basically I don't know I keep forgetting the word for it, but it's like just basically where you could rearrange the letters and you make a different word.
An anagram, I believe. Is what that
Anagram.
is.
There you go, man. My brain was farting like fart CS on the previous game, but but yeah, an anagram. I mean, it could be Luigi, could be Igloo. I think it's Igloo, but we'll stick with that. But right there, Orbital VSAT having an easy round there, as it was just pistols from Accelerate. They are going to find themselves on a bye this time, looking to be able to salvage the CT side. And as we saw in the previous nuke game that we casted, when you lose that CT side, when you lose all that momentum, and this T side's getting going, it's really tough to get yourselves back in the game. Pranked is going to find himself in a very big, deep trouble right now. He's going to get swung by Luke. Second one coming in, but they're giving him these easy 1v1s, a 3K with ease. Will find one over towards that top side. Last up is going to be Sandman. He's able to sneak through the back lines. Do they know of him? I don't think so. Cloud doesn't seem suspecting of it. So Sandman might have a very big opportunity here. Might even be able to catch a knife if he's able to get to it.
Clean movement on the ladder there, and
Oh,
finds
yeah.
the knife on the Cloud. That's exactly what you want to see there. But he does finally get spotted out by our seat there in the main position. But man, the real star of that round for me is Pranked. He does his job in secret, finds those 3 kills. Would love to have seen a little bit more of a double peak situation maybe coming out of Orbital VSAT
Yes.
online there instead of going for those 3 1v1s individually. So things definitely look like they got a little bit messy, but Accelerator are going to be really happy trying to pick up that 4th round going into this one with a little bit more money. They did get to save an AK from the T side onto this round here now. That is going to be on Pranked. And Cloud CS actually upgrading to an op. And so maybe a slightly better position than Orbital VSAT is as some of these early utility trades start happening.
A split beat push coming in as 2 players with the bomb heading over towards that outside position. And you see that Luke was able to sneak into the vent as well, as Pranked able to find the first kill onto Sandman, but already a bodyguard in the vent position, and SGM is going to make his way over to B ramp, but the bomb should be going down soon enough. There is no defense on that B side. The closest that's going to have to come is from Will What and Cloud. As they do make their way to that B ramp, they throw a little bit of utility just to hold back any sort of lurkers, which they are correct about. But will they know about it soon enough? SGM, had the opportunity to find the kill. The op misses as well. So now it's just this pinch into good old SGM trying to make out with it, but they find him eventually. But he notes of 4 players, and that's info necessary to try to make this T-side round happen. But it's going to be a tough one to fight into. Andrew, though, finding his first kill, but the pistol coming out. Yeah, it's Arcede who finds the kill. Exhaler with only 33 HP. You would imagine that he is not up for this round. The HP is not in his favor. The defuse being stuck right now by Accelerate, and they find the kill anyways. Accelerate will find that 5th.
Yeah, that really early B aggression on Orbital VSAT side. They get the bomb down, but then it just slowly starts to trickle down for the CTs. They get those early picks on the retake, and then it just starts to fall apart as it just comes down to Zayler in a 1v4. He does good to get the 1 pick, but he just can't make it happen as the bomb is already getting stuck there. And so Accelerate are looking to make this a competitive half as they go up 5-6 in going into this last round of this first half. They have the economic advantage here on the side of their weapons and their utility. But again, Orbital VSAT is staying with this early on vent aggression, and actually Zayler is trying to go for a little bit of a cheeky play for the knife. Not going to benefit them very much at this point.
I've seen that once or twice on Reddit, you know, the good old get into the vent, fake that you actually drop, go for the knife, but instead he actually has a fight. You see that fight kind of through that x-ray. That's Pranked and Xaler having the standoff, but Xaler, the victor. Sandman once again finding another one towards the outside, and all like that, the curtain drops, and the CT side going down with the ship. Only 1 player alive, and it's Will What. Literally no casualties on this T side, and you would imagine the lead is going to stick in favor of Orbital, just a matter of time.
In the 1v5 situation, it doesn't look like he has the will to do what needs to be done, and it does fall down to a 5-7 half, and it looks like Orbital VSAT's going to be going into the CT side with the round advantage.
Yeah, I mean, and here's one thing to note, really. Sandman, 18-6, having a game right now, and that's just on the T side. You know how impressive it is to have that kind of stat line on the T side of Nuke? That says volumes right there. And we're talking about a Sandman who has the capability of doing so. One probably the biggest name currently on the server, and right now proving so, making sure that as much as he wants to go for these rounds, he's gonna go at it with this ego, this bravado, that he's better than all these T players, and continue to do so as he finds the first. And the cavalry has arrived towards the A site. There is no match coming in for Accelerate. As they accelerate to the A site, they're stopped in their tracks. Orbital find the pistol.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Sandman now up to a 21-6 scoreline, just absolutely ridiculous at this point in the match. You can see too, he has support from his teammates. As soon as he has to fall off because of that smoke going down, his teammates come out and they help him. They get those extra kills that he's not there for, and so it's just really good team play coming out from Orbital VSAT right now. And hopefully we get to see more of that as we go through the rounds on the CT side. A few rifles, actually. It looks like a Negev on Luke 4K, so a little bit of an interesting buy here. I would love to see how this works out for them. It looks like he's actually going to be posted up in the ramp position, exactly where you'd expect to see it. And it looks like there's only going to be a couple players on this T side who are going to be moving towards this ramp area. Right now, it's going to be a little bit of a slow walk through this lurk smoke, and they are just waiting. They're biding their time. Please do it. We all want to see this Negev start spraying down bodies. Oh, but it's awkward. It gets so awkward.
Smoke comes out and Igloo makes him pay. The Negev now in the hands of the T side. I mean, it's something better than nothing. But here comes the peak. Sandman now retaking the position of the B ramp position. It's the pistols down and Zayler from the top rope able to take out 2, make it 3. Full house coming in from Zayler and Sandman as they salvage the round from what was a comedic moment there for Luke.
Yeah, Luke probably facepalming a little bit there right as he pulls out the smoke. Of course, they come through and he gets caught out by a P250, but you cannot count Sandman out. He is there to make sure those T's get put to sleep, and the round goes the way of Orbital VSAT online. But now we go to the first gun round of Accelerate's T side, and it'll be excited to see.
No Negev this time.
Yes, no Negev going into this one. SGM, excuse me, is on an MP9 still. And it looks like it's going to be 4 players towards this top site. 1 is going to be outside that unbreakable position, and 1 holding that ramp spot, and that will be Luke again.
Setting themselves up towards outside. You can see Cloud making space here towards his red box. Will what though? Will find the kill through the smoke. The Sandman now down in the sand finds themselves in a 4v5 situation for Orbital. The first advantage for Accelerate that they've had in quite some time, even from that first half. It feels like this is the first in a long time, but this could truly be the start of something new for Accelerate as they look to pose themselves over towards that A side, towards that lobby position. Still evaluating their options. SGM wanted to get aggressive, and he pays a big toll there as he goes down. And you see a lot of damage actually done towards that Accelerate side. 2 players sitting around 20 HP, so they're easy as 1 8K bullet away from that death, but they're better in numbers. Andrew, though, finds one of those 20 HPs. RC down. Luke wants to get proactive himself. He's going to find himself in an engagement here. Able to get that kill. That's the other 20 HP. So now it's more of an even tail for both sides. Even health, even guns. With only 25 seconds, eventually the hit's gonna have to come, and it's gonna go towards the way of Zayler. Igloo able to step up to the plate and gets his second. Able to take out that rotation from that heaven position, leaves it all up to Nuke, the ACL player, looking to prove himself here in this 1v2.
Yeah, Luke being the ramp player in this position, you're going to expect a lot of these rounds where you're coming in onto this A site after it's already been taken and that bomb is down. These players did really, really well early on to make sure that they were holding their positions and just trying to wait for any CT aggression and to punish it. But like you'd mentioned, a lot of those players were down to some low HP. They got traded out, and now we're down to this 1v2 situation. Luke does find the first one on the Cloud, and this gets awkward. It's now down to this 1v1. He gets spotted out. The 2 players are aware of each other's positions. They trade nades. AG's coming out. Damage is done. 1 headshot from either one does it. Igloo finds his 3rd in the round and Accelerate. They absolutely needed that round to come through. Igloo just having one heck of a C-side so far as he goes up to 10-8 on his side. The Accelerate side is actually starting to look a little bit more confident, I think. They did get the initial opening there once they got these guns up, and so now Orbital VSAT, they are kind of on a bit of a shaky buy. Luke 4K, he's going to go down to that MP9. Sandman, he is on the M4, but it looks like the rest of the players are going to opt to go for SMGs as well.
I believe that should be 8 and 10 actually, right? I think that might be 8 and 10, but either way,
Is that 8 and 10? Oh, I'm so sorry. I might have had
No.
that backwards.
You're good. You're good. But you are correct. Igloo had a round there, a round that was incredibly pivotal with the early entry onto the A site, the kill on the rotation. That was the most important one for the most part. So considering they needed to get that bomb down with only 20 seconds left, they need to provide any sort of coverage to the defense, and he did a great job for that. And the clutch coming in. These are necessary, especially not only in terms of the logistical standpoint of getting rounds, but in the mental standpoint that when you're on the worser side on Nuke, you need that momentum. You need that feel that anything happens is going to be good to you. And especially in this very moment when you're already down a map, that's all you can hope on, and that's all you really need. So they're going to need to build on this. And one thing that we saw as an issue was not being able to string many rounds. Orbital was pretty much leading the entire way, having these streaks of rounds that were really strong. So Accelerate is going to have to get into this momentous groove in order for them to see themselves going into that third map of Overpass if necessary.
Yeah, and we have to consider the scoreline as well. It's actually 9-6, and this isn't really a terrible spot to be if you're Accelerate, because the Orbital VSAT, they're already down to this sort of awkward half buy with the 3 MP9s and the 2 M4s. If they lose this round, they have nothing to buy into the next one, and it's pretty much just running into Ecos buys. And now Cloud CS, he's going to find that first initial pick on Sandman, and like you've been saying, that's a huge name to take off the scoreboard at this point. And so now it's just down to those 3 MP9s and the 1 M4. They're maybe going to try and recover that if they can, but it doesn't look very likely as these Seaside players start to move towards an empty ramp.
But look,
and
look
they're
at the regression. Look at number 5. Look at number 5 already.
Oh, the outside work.
That rotation would come in soon enough, but just like that, RC has a tag team to be able to fight with him, and so they break through. SGM, though, taken down from the back as well. Cloud CS was still providing a little bit of lurk position. Luke, though, finally able to get noted of. Zaylor able to get another kill as well. Could make this a potential for the CT side, but they got to find these kills efficiently, especially with this MP9 playing from this position. They need to really find a space for a clutch to happen.
No.
Zaylor with another one. No way you're going to allow yourself. This is a 2v5. You cannot allow this. Zaylor on 10 HP. He's going to have to reload and get his weapon ready. This fight really matters. He finds another one as well. 2v1 now. RC's going to have to clutch it up for the T side. But surely they open the door. They find him. There should be kills coming the way. The defuse being stuck. RC able to get the kill.
Does he get the scam?
Through the smoke. The defuse still being stuck. And oh
No.
my God, it's a 2v5. Orbital able to save the round from the depths of reality. They find themselves in double digits.
That is absolutely ridiculous from Orbital VSAT. Not only do the last 2 players who are remaining on their side have nothing but those MP9s, they continue to get those kills, all of that money that they're generating from those kills as well, and then they finally clean it up. They leave it down to just a 2v1. Arcee, he doesn't get lucky on the spam. It is just a back and forth round all the way through and through, and they need that there. If Orbital doesn't win that round, their economy is in shambles, and even still, it's rough for them. They have 2 MP9s going into this, and Accelerate, they look to have 3 rifles going into it, but not quite the utility they might want. And so now we're getting into this awkward situation where it's one side or the other. Whoever wins this next round, I think, is going to be the team that we see getting closer to victory at the end of this match.
Gobbler, Accelerate were that was their round. They needed that. They needed that to get into the groove of things, and Luke already starting it off with the first kill. That was it. Like, obviously we see it on our side, they don't see it, but when we look at this game, that round was the pivotal moment, and Orbital now sent it more in favor of them. Sandman, though, oh my God, that wasn't even intended towards him, and he still gets taken down. Prank finds another one on the Deagle. Accelerate, making a round out of this. Zaylor's gonna have to go off Mustang to be able to provide better coverage from that A site, but they instead go away from him. They know of one, they don't know of the second, and that second is Luke, who made himself towards lobby. So a good call here to head away from the information that they found.
Yeah, these 2 players are probably going to stick together as best they can here, just trying to find any T-sided players that are just sort of being caught out right now as they rotate down to that B site. They will hear the smokes go down, and they anticipate that bomb goes down soon. They do finally get to hear it. Cloud CS does find Zealer in the vents position, and now Luke 4K, it looks like he is just going to try and get out of this one with his life. But yeah, no, again, another round coming in from Igloo where he finds impact any way he can. He gets 2 picks outside early on. That's going to help open up some of that space outside and help some of those T players start getting down in the secret, and then they just end up swarming all over that B site. They get the bomb down, and yeah, now Accelerate's going to find that 7th round, and they're on, I think, a completely reset loss bonus at this point on the VSAT. Luke does well to find 1, bring him to a total of 2 for the round, but he will just retreat into that T spawn.
And there we go. Accelerate find themselves around. One thing that I wanted to know as well, especially when you give up a round like that, a 2v5, all right? In your mind, you understand you gave up that round. In many cases, many players, they tend to send themselves into a hole, especially against a team like Orbital that have players that are willing to put you into the grave 6 feet under and nail the coffin. But the fact that Accelerate are able to find another round right after that shows me there is a lot of mental fortitude on this Accelerate side to still be able to salvage this game. They still got a lot going. And as you mentioned, the buy was already weak from that round. They only had 2 alive. So getting this round now makes it easier that this is going to be an eco from 3 players. 3 pistols found. Andrew, SGM, and Zaylor trying to make something out of this. But we've seen it on Nuke before. Pistols, they could do something.
Yeah, and the really critical part here is look at the utility on that CT side. They may have a couple of rifles. Sandman does find one with that M4 before getting traded out, but now it's just down to the pistol players and one more M4 on Luke, but he is not going to be able to find much where he is currently at. He is just holding the rank position, trying to support his teammate SGM with that P250 in the lower halls position as best he can. It really is just Accelerates around here. They just need to figure out exactly where these players are, and they want to try and make the safest decision to avoid any other potential full buy players here, and they are doing very well, being slow, not making noise. They're keeping all of their eggs in one basket right now, but they aren't counting them before they hatch. And so very well played. They take this top site without any contact so far, and it looks like that bomb is going to go down uncontested. And now Will What does find Andrew into the lobby position, and it's just remaining with SGM and Luke, and they will probably try and find maybe a gun for SGM to save. They do end up finding that M4 from Sandman early on in the round, and they are just going to hold.
They're finding themselves back into this game little by little, step by step. That's one of the most important things, especially in these games, is that you're going to find yourselves in these tense situations where you have to understand it's round by round. You can't let yourself get carried away so easily. So they stay poised, they stay patient. And that's really important, especially when you get to these later stages of the game. They might find themselves with an M4 facing towards them. Igloo able to back up just in time. Can he get the kill? No. SGM with the P250. Able to get another one. He's going to upgrade himself to an AK. I think his teammate is here to upgrade as well, but instead, Luke will stick with the M4. But good kills there from SGM to keep things at bay. Keep in mind, the economy is also not in the best state for Accelerate. They're going to have to reinvest a little bit here. So their economy also as vulnerable as Orbitals. But another round found for Accelerate as they get back into this game little by little. This T side starting to show a little bit of promise here on this nuke.
Yeah, you mentioned the mental game, and it's just important to point out that once you get into these best of 3 situations, Orbital B-side right now, they are feeling really good. They already have that first round. Ooh, very quick ramp control coming in from Accelerate. They're going to find 2, Luke and Zaylor, getting traded out, only losing Igloo in that engagement, and it looks like these players are going to start stomping down towards this B site, bomb in tow. But yeah, as you're on these best of 3s, you know, the Orbital B-side, they are going to start feeling really awkward if they have to fight for a 2-1. Because Accelerate finding another one as they get down to that B site here. But yeah, Accelerate, if they can bring this back and get it down to a 1-1, that's going to be a huge mental hit on the side of Orbital VSAT, because they've already gotten away with that 1 round. Because you see oftentimes as teams get away with that first map, it's going to go to a 2-0 scoreline, because it's just so hard to get out of that mental hole that you mentioned that people can dig themselves into.
Yeah, especially because you're playing their map pick. And the fact that you get the win on their map pick is already going to put you in a very positive mental state where, hey, guess what? This is our game now. We have all the cards in this poker table. Let's put all in. Let's send it all the way. And so Accelerate now find themselves 1 round away from tying this game up at doubles. And already you can feel the confidence starting to brew. That B-side hit came almost instantaneously on the entry, and they were ready for any sort of contact they had for them. You could feel the confidence start to pick up little by little on the side of Accelerate, actually accelerating in this case. But it's all a matter of not getting caught with your pants down against his Orbital side.
Oh, absolutely. And right now you can see that they are fully invested. They do have a buy round and pretty decent utility. Andrew, I think, opting for an AUG here instead of going for the extra utility buy is a little bit of an interesting choice, but we'll see how that pans out for him. As these Accelerate players do start to take some outside control, they get out those L smokes for the cross. And much slower approach this time around, as they do expect those rifles going into this one. But yeah, as you mentioned, that confidence building for Accelerate here. They know that they're playing up against some pretty heavy hitters right now, especially with Sandman still in the server. And so it's really great on them to be able to come down from a deficit on CT side, and now they're 1 round away from tying it up. And if they win this round again, it's going to put Orbital VSAT in just a really awkward situation for their next buy.
Smoke's gone, now having to look for the W as they take their time here towards this outside position. It's only one player down here, and that's Sandman, the top fragger of that Orbital side. And they're just going to let them pass. No peeks just yet, as there is a smoke from that mini position. Going to block out that mini player, Exhaler. So he's just pretty much playing a passive. Andrew already playing towards his elite position, which is pretty much a one and done, I would say, in most cases. And there's this contact coming into Sandman, though. 3 players down here. And we've seen Frank do this before.
Oh,
Can
good
Sandman
on
do the
him.
exact same? Good info there. Now knows of one. RC trying to see if he can catch one towards that Asia position, but no one's showing their face just yet. And 2 players now have arrived. But they might just think back at this, especially with Cloud getting that pick. And with 2 players down here, Andrew playing towards the garage position, they actually take out that A side player. They know where everybody is now. They know that the majority are towards that B site. They got one towards outside. They got a plant, and they can get themselves positioned to make this another round for Accelerate.
Accelerate absolutely doing well to make sure that they can get top site controlled there. They get Cloud CS to fall down and get that player in mini. That's main opened up. As soon as Andrew reveals his position, those players are aware that those last 2, they already spotted one down there. That last one is likely that ramp player, Luke 4K. And now he is down in the hell position as they start to back up towards CT in order to save these rifles.
Wow, just like that. Accelerate find that one opening. As much as they pretty much forced info in the faces of Orbital, they send it the other way completely, and they find themselves 10. We're tied up, ladies and gentlemen. From what we thought that Orbital was going to pretty much take away this game after giving up a 2v5, after Accelerate gave up a 2v5, Accelerate regain and find themselves at a tie game here.
Accelerate doing what they can in order to make this one competitive, and so far they are doing just an excellent job on this T side. We can see a lot of these players who are maybe struggling a little bit early on that CT side finally starting to make a name for themselves on this server, finding impact wherever they can. And now we see the half buy coming out on SGM. There is a lack of util on this CT side. Not a position you want to find yourself in, but Sandman, good to get that first pick on the Cloud CS. He does get pushed back by some of the util, but he's going to hold strong at this red position as best he can.
He'll send one back, though. Prank now down to 20. Now down to 13. They kept sending more towards him. They did not like that. They did not like that Sandman was getting assaulted by util towards that outside position, so they'll send it back. Cloud actually getting taken out as well. But here comes a hit. Instantly into the A side. It's the MP9 from close, but can't even get one. Andrew from the top rope able to get one. Can he get more? Yes, he will on the Will What able to contribute from the outside position, but it's only Will What. All of his teammates fell down before he can contribute, and now he's got a 1v3 in front of him to keep Accelerate going here. And he needs a big one here. This is really gonna be able to push Accelerate more towards that finish line of Nuke. And like we were talking about, Orbital's economy wasn't in the best state. They do have a lot of loss bonus to work with, so even if they lose this, they'll be fine. But it doesn't matter because Zaylor went to go look for this player. He finds the back of the head, and Orbital maintained the lead.
A sigh of relief for Orbital here right now, but again, it's going to be a little shaky. They're going to be able to get these players some rifles, but they do finally kind of even out on that economic plane. The only player on their team with much left in the tank is Luke 4K, because he hasn't been buying into these rounds. He's saved the last 2 or 3 rounds at this point, and Accelerate now down after bringing it up to a tie. They do get one more gun right out of this, and so again, we're down to one of these tense situations where they need to make something happen. And Luke is doing well to find 2 already. A player who maybe has been a little bit more quiet on the CT side finally gets shut down by Igloo.
But that's a
and now
lot.
it comes down to a 3v4, and you have to look at the health on our seat. He's down to just, what is that, 8 HP? 10 HP?
Yes. Ooh, and Andrew wants to keep it going. Wants to keep these kills coming.
To keep that aggression going.
Yep, and this pretty much could be make or break here. This could be match point coming in. Andrew gets the first tag, and that's not even a 10 HP person. So they still got one player that's still low. Obviously, they don't know that, but they will eventually. But they look like they want to bombard over towards Andrew. As that happens, you would imagine that some sort of response is going to come in from the A-side players, but they stick around. They feel very confident about these positions. Pranked, though, wants to push forward into Sandman. Sandman's doing well for this game, but Pranked with a great headshot, but he takes a dink, and that's 24 combined HP on both players. Both AKs can literally kill both with one bullet. Will
It's
that be the
really
case?
one shot for every player here, as long as those T's are hitting heads.
Yeah. E-ramp looks like the option that they're going to go for slowly but surely. 30 seconds left on the clock. They don't have much time, and they run into Andrew. Already first contact in, and it's only up to Pranked, who was able to find one in this round, but I think that's all he'll be able to find left in this round. 18 seconds left on the clock. The economy not in the best state as well for Accelerate, so saving this would be a bad option, but he'll still go for the clutch. SGM watching from Vent, and that's 12. Orbital with 2 chances to not only win this map, but send themselves into a grand finals date with Team Kira.
Orbital VSAT does well to really maintain a level ahead as they get brought up to a 10-10 scoreline, now to 10-12. Like you said, they have a couple of chances to bring it to that 13th round that they'll need in order to get to that grand final. And look at the buy. Sorry, yes, Team Kiri.
I messed that up, but all good. But yeah, that buy. Not a lot of util on the side of Accelerate. You see that they're pretty much running dry on that department. They do send out the L smokes over there towards outside, but you already have a player playing incredibly aggressive in Andrew. Playing anti-flash, I think?
They're just going to burst on this A site.
Oh, but will this be it? They're going to accelerate to that A site, but will it be the right call? There's 4 players here to defend, and they're ready for the task. 4 kills away on the CT side. It's only the mini player left, but Sandman, the man of the town, with a 26-13 stat line, closes it out as we expect. 13-10 victory in favor of Orbital. They take the 2-0 series, and they send themselves to a grand finals here for the Nostalgia Cup here on Face It. What amazing work from Orbital. They pretty much looked like they had it from the entirety of the game. You saw that Accelerate was starting to accelerate back into this game, but Orbital just too much of a beast to tame here.
Yeah, and like you had mentioned, some definite individuals coming up there. Sandman having some really excellent rounds early on that CT side, and then once you start breaking it down, you know, it's really back and forth up until you get to that tie, and then once you get to that tie, Orbital, they just locked in and they took off with it. They did some really excellent site holds. They maintained some outside aggression even when their utility wasn't as good as the other side, and so they just played really well with the cards that they had, and ultimately it came down to a couple of pivotal moments where some decisions happened, and Orbital came out on top.
Yeah, let's not forget that 2v5 that occurred on that B site. Some miraculous stuff from Orbital, but it was very impressive to see Accelerate still able to keep their heads straight, still able to pick up these rounds, a streak of rounds that led them into a tie game. But once that tie game came and Orbital were able to find an answer, they just picked off that, and they just kept running with it. And they pretty much sent themselves now into the grand finals here. So what a great grand finals we're going to get. After all, we saw Team Kiri and how they played that nuke. Very stellar work over there. It didn't even feel close. So it's going to be a really tall task to ask for this Orbital side, but I would imagine that they're ready to step up to the plate and swing at that grand prize here for Generation Nostalgia's Cup here. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be the grand finals coming in. So stay tuned. We'll be right back in just a moment. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The grand final starting just now. It's that quick, it's that simple, and we have a best of 3 to determine who's going to be the champions of the Generation Nostalgia Face It Cup today. And joined with me is T-Noodle for the grand finals. T-Noodle, how are you doing today?
And brother, I'm excited. I feel like we've seen a lot of Nuke come on live. Last few maps going on
3
here,
in a
so
row.
I know you're very excited to cast it again.
Oh, I am. It's been this absolute cinema for the most part, and it might just continue to be so, as it is an A-side hit. It's Sandman with the dualies, and we've seen what the dualies can do with top hut, but it just goes down with the one and done. It will be 3 coming in from the T side, and a 2v3 retake for Andrew and the gang. They are able to find a couple players, and they do get themselves those 2 kills, leaving it to Vulcan 1v2. Providing some work, needing to walk around this silo, making good work of it. They don't know of him yet. Oh, the trigger discipline. Now he knows of both. He's going to keep it alive just for the time being. Let them still guess. But now they know of it, and Andrew will get the headshot. Oh, so close, but no cigar. Orbital will take the first round.
Man, Vulcan played that so right the whole time. He had such good timing on that. It's just at the very end, it's like, where else could he be? So they checked heaven, they went a little bit too wide, and they spotted Vulcan's shoulder, and they got the kill on him. But man, that was just a tale of different waves crashing down as the CTs were just holding it down. You thought they were just going to run away with that round, and then just the instant 3 trade right in the middle of that round, and yeah, it was just back and forth. But Orbital came alive and won that round.
We didn't let you introduce yourself because the round started so quickly, but I know T-Noodle's been doing great work from the round of 16 and the round of 8, and he is here with me for this grand final. A best of 3 to determine who will be the champions of this tournament. A solid tournament nonetheless, but man, it's going to be a fun one to end off, I will say so myself.
It's been exciting so far. Excited to see Nuke come alive. SGM gets a kill onto Alor. Yeah, they're just feeling them out right now.
Filling it out indeed. Already the first kill going the way of the CT side as they upgrade themselves into better weapons. There was a force buy on Team Kiri, and with one gun down is going to make it a lot harder to get into a round like this. But I feel like both sides, we did see that both sides, T sides, were absolutely stellar on both their nukes. So this is pretty much going to be a tale of who has the better defense, honestly. Right now, starting it off early, Orbital warmed up, and Luke's going to find himself some more to churn up. Finds himself a double before Bright able to trade back onto his teammate. Right, able to make his way down to the B site. There is a fight with Flacco and the sole defender of the vents, but there is a secondary coming in. But Flacco able to get across. He's gonna go back into the fight, find another one before Zayler can trade, and leaves it to Bright in the 1v3. He has a Galil, so the rifle able to do some work. Just like that, Zayler with a clean headshot on the MP7, and just like that, Orbital find their second.
Yeah, I mean, it's great on Orbital to keep 3 alive there, but I really thought Team Kiri was going to turn this round on its head there when they had that 3v1 peek onto ramp. I thought Luke was in a really bad situation where he was in a one and done position, but he got both. He got 2 of them, and that really made it easy on the retake. That made it easy for the players to be found, and that's going to be good for the economy and good for the rest of the rounds coming up against Kiri.
That's all you can ask from a B-RAM player who is pretty much not spotted, especially because I feel like these B-RAM positions are very predictable in terms of what you have to clear and not clear, but sometimes that a little off angle, close left, tends to elude some people in certain cases. Just kind of want to reiterate as well, this is a best of 3. First map is Nuke picked by Team Kiri. So they start on this T side. And then second, we're going to be going to Inferno for Orbital VSAT. That will be happening. And if needed, we will head to a good old classic Dust 2 as our decider. What do you think of that map pick? What do you think of these this map pool, T-Noodle?
Well, I mean, picking out Nuke when both these teams have been banging on it, like it's kind of home field advantage for both teams here. But Inferno, I mean, we haven't seen that played this tournament yet, but I'm sure, I mean, that map's been around forever. Everyone knows how to play it.
Here comes the contact as they bombard Zayler here towards the single position. Best opportunity for Team Kiri to try to get around here. They actually had a decent buy for the most part. They were able to get that Galil and a MAC-10. And as the rotations come in, Andrew thinking that he might have to make this rotation, but this is going to make it a lot easier for the lurkers who actually have the bomb to make their way back to A site as Flacco finds one towards that extremity. He's going to find another one in front of him. It's the op, and the op misses a shot. So that's an upgrade and a big kill there. And both players from Orbital were towards that B site. We might just be seeing our first here for Kiri.
Yeah, that round should not have happened that way. Andrew kind of just caught out no man's land right there as once they were down in that 4v3, just trying to feel out, trying to get the map control back. And unfortunately, it was just the wrong place at the wrong time. And yeah, Orbital super excited what they can bring in that first round of their T side.
Huge stuff there to get themselves started. As we mentioned, the T side was really what made these teams get their winning formulas, and they continue to try to prove that there is a defense that does exist, especially Team Curie. But this time, the T side prevails with even an eco weapon buy, and they get their first to start it off here.
And money is not going to be looking good for Orbital. I mean, they're still going to bring that AUG here, but I really don't know what else they can bring online coming into this round.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I will say getting a couple kills there on that CT side is going to allow for a little bit more of a cash injection. Maybe try to force some weapons or maybe a couple pistols, but it seems like we will see a bit of a force buy coming in, actually. Zayler's the only one on a pistol.
Yeah, I
And
wonder if we're going to see.
there will be some weapons to contest, I will say.
I'm curious if they decide to make many aggressive plays here. Andrew with an aggressive angle taking down Alor. That's a good start to the round. That gets a little bit blood flowing in your veins.
Especially for the op. The op has to be very mobile, very movement based, have to put himself in the right position, and he's putting himself in the right position indeed. Watching from that top hut, but Bright takes him down with a headshot from the AK. So the op down, a one and done. It's a 4v4 here. And a lot of space being taken by Flacco here towards this lower position. He's got Zayler with a 5-7. And I feel like every single time I see someone with a 5-7 playing from the vents, they always end up getting kills. I don't know why, but it just seems that is the case all the time.
Yeah, 5-7s can just do so much work, especially when you get an erratic place like vents. Bright will be taking out Luke, and that's going to open it up a little bit. CT is going to be scrambling as they're down a man in this round.
Surprised SGM has not picked up the op, at least to try to get a better weapon to try to make this round happen, but gonna get flanked from behind. Miles goes on a contact, gets rewarded for it, and just like that, the A side completely free. Vulcan's already on the op, able to cover off the mini position, and Zayler, he does pick up an M4, so there is a chance here. He doesn't have the kit, but you would imagine with the economy now down in the dumps for Orbital, it's better to just save this M4 and hope for the next.
I mean, that's all you can do. I mean, I don't really expect Orbital to be buying into this next round. But, you know, they can do some heroics with this. Maybe see a little aggro play where they set this M4 up to see what they can get some more guns on the hands of their other teammates. But
As
Team
we get into
Curie...
deeper nuke, I was going to say, as we get deeper into nuke, we're going to see a lot more of these fleshed out technical side from both sides, especially with both teams boasting very high names in terms of the skill department. Oof. A couple deaths coming in from Team Curie, so it's going to make a little bit more of an expensive buy. They have a lot of money to work with. 3 players currently sitting on 7K. They should be fine, but this is going to start to pace a little bit more. Maybe accelerate, even if accelerate isn't here, but it will start to pick up the pace a little bit. We're going to see a lot more of these players getting warmed up. Even though Orbital's going to be on the pistols, I would imagine they're going to cause some damage here.
Yeah, they're going to want to do something aggressive, especially now that they just completely dropped out all the guns on this map.
Ooh, Zuskin.
We're seeing a little bit of outside control. They want to play the range against these pistols.
And no nades to pop the smokes to see if anyone's right behind it. So they're going to let them pass. It's the right call here. And no one playing towards that B site either. They're just prepping these pistols to go for a lobby crunch, and there's only one player providing coverage. It's the MAC-10. MAC-10 will feast onto one. That's Sandman down, who had a very stellar nuke in that previous match, 26 and 13. But right now, having a rough time to start off on this nuke. The T's find themselves into that B site nice and efficiently. However, Andrew now finding a kill on the 5-7, but he'll be able to only get away with one. Aylor once again finding another one with the MAC-10, leaving Luke on just a 5-7 to hope for some kills coming his way. Maybe get a gun, maybe get themselves in a better advantage, but Team Curie surely finding 3 next.
So far, I've been really liking the map control that Team Curie has been working with. I mean, I know this one was just a pistol round, but the gun rounds, they are just taking over the maps against them. Even the last round, when there was only one alive from Curie, it was only because of the exit frags, it was only because of the bomb. For the most part, once that bomb was down, there were still so many bodies online, and yeah, Curie is playing lights out on their T side right now.
Yeah, that's the thing that we kind of expect, especially with both teams having very tremendous T sides. We didn't really need to see much from the CT side because they did so well. But that said, I have a feeling that Miles is going to die from that position. No, I think Nah, he's good.
Oh, Luke did though.
It was the 5-7 from right above the bomb, so I guess, I mean, trigonometry, you know.
Yeah.
Did you like trigonometry back in school?
You know, I was really bad at math, but for some reason I was really good at trigonometry and geometry. I don't know how that works,
Really?
but my util's horrible. So, you know, I don't get it. You know,
I was
so-
gonna say nade master himself knows where to angle his nades, but never mind that. Already, we're gonna see buys from both sides coming in for the CTs and the Ts. Pretty decent on both ends. A couple SMGs as well being sprinkled in from both sides, but it's going to be the A hit. It's going to come incredibly aggressive. There are players to provide some coverage for this, but they're already out and about and they're getting the kills. It's 2 for 2 though. Yeah, Flacco now even it up, but Andrew gets a nice flick onto the mini player, leaves it on the 2v2 now, and great positioning coming in from Luke. He can catch them really fast here, especially with the MP9 from this range. I would see a lot of success here, but this AK hits hard. And just like that, it only takes the first bullet. Vulcan finds his one, and Team Carry, a fast A take is all it takes to get themselves 4.
Yeah, I love the call from the IGL, from Team Carry. Whoever's making the calls right now for them, that was really good. I mean, the economy just got a little bit of life back into Orbital. They just went through a save. That's like, all right, let's reset. We got our op online. Let's go. And bam, just through the wall, out the gates, onto A site. Really fast, immediately a 2v2, and yeah, Carry just able to close it out.
Now you see the economy not going to be in the best state for Orbital. They're pretty much down to SMGs and 5.7s. However, that one SMG does find a kill for getting traded back. But Sandman's still playing here, and with this close range on the MP9, he could make some damage happen. But Aelor with a great swing onto Sandman. Once again, the Sandman being put out of commission. Sailor able to find one with the Deagle, upgrades to the AK, and they're actually heading into this 5.7 at this close range. It can get very dangerous, especially when the bomb's going first. Here's one of the ops, he's gonna drop into it. What the? All right, get your kill, get some more, but no, there's 2 in front of him. He'll get instantly deleted there. And Sailor, who did pick up the AK from earlier, could make this 1v2 happen. He's got the armor, but no kit. Got to make his way through, especially with the Molly now at his feet. And he's going to get the cavalry coming in support. He doesn't expect the second coming in from the hut, and Bright will close it out. 5 now found for Team Kiri.
Yeah, just good trades. Like we keep looking at it. We keep seeing how these rounds are going out, and it's just all about the trades. Whenever one's going down for Carry, they have another one online just to make the CT side on their heels the entire round. But SGM, when they got that kill with that drop kill, Squeaky with that 5.7, I thought he was about to turn around and whip that op right in the face. Potentially collat. Unfortunately, it didn't work for them. It's not working out great for them on their CT side at all. But I mean, we're only 7 rounds in.
I hate when that happens too. You feel the heat check after you got that very nice play, and then from there it's just like, all right, let me go for more, and then 2 AKs are pointing towards your head top, and you get instantly domed. But good on him to try to make a round happen. However, it wasn't enough to be able to get themselves a third. Instead, Kiri found themselves on 5. They sneak right through that smoke. They don't have nades to break. However, the smoke dissipates over there towards the L smoke, and Andrew will make them pay. Finds himself on 2. Sandman catches Vulcan from the side, and already a 5v2 for the CT side. That round did not disgruntle them.
Drew was really the great game breaker there, but I really like the decision from Sandman, as he knew Andrew was drawing all that attention. He knew he had a free kill coming up from that secret area and through the side. It was just free kills.
Oof, NA smoke. Classic. But either way, he's got the gun for it, and surely Sandman through the smoke will get his double, get a triple in that round. It's a full house from Sandman and Andrew, and Orbital now get themselves a third.
Yeah, I mean, they really knew that. That's really just the shock of life coming back into your game. I mean, they did a good job playing off of each other. Like we saw Andrew got those first 2 picks. Sandman decided to activate based on that, and that's all CT side is. It's a push and pull depending on what your teammates are doing.
Yeah, and right now both teams pushing and pulling each other, pretty much like that one dude in high school who looks too good, and 2 girls trying to pull out that one dude to really get him. Right now, but they're ripping each other apart. It's been a fight on all fronts, and already starting it off, Miles able to get the first pick, taking that B ramp position. Sorry for the technical difficulties. We're back at it. They do still have that B ramp, and they're pushing their pace over towards that B site. They actually take a lot of control, especially the control room, as right now the CT side still have yet to make themselves down. First person up, SGM.
Yam's gonna have to come alive. Has some support here. But this retake, it's gonna be really tough when they're down one man. Post plant. It's gonna be very close on Alor.
Point of contact. SGM. Great kill. Double kill found there. Huge one to find through. Some heroics being committed here from Orbital. Can they make a round out of this, though? They still got 3 more Ts to deal with. They do smoke out one, but you would imagine the seep through the smoke, the T will come out eventually. Bright coming on the first contact. There's the seep through the smoke. Kills, though, the way of the CTs. They break through for what was pretty much seen as an unwinnable round, unless the defuse. No, the defuse is fine. Orbital break through with some miraculous work from SGM and Zayler, and they find themselves with 1 round touching distance.
Yeah, they were just the dynamic duo coming out there. I don't know how SGM was able to come alive, get not even get 1, but managed to get 2 on that, and then just everyone just getting traded. Like once that site of the hold just crumbled, they just have to look everywhere, and they can't look everywhere at once. They went down, and yeah, Orbital feeling it now.
I mean, very diligent stuff from Orbital to be able to know where exactly to look from their positions. Their protocols are solid. And I mean, we talked about it already in the previous match where Sandman, Luke, representing teams from ECL, they have the skill to prove that you cannot allow these gaps to be open because they will exploit them cleanly. And that's pretty much what we just saw in that retake. SGM, though, making great work to make a round out of that for Orbital. And they get themselves back into touching distance, as I mentioned. The economy now down in the dumps for Team Curie, but they find themselves an opportunity towards secret words, being guarded by Andrew. Vulcan trying for a lurk, but Zayler puts him out of commission. There is that protection. Andrew, though, starts it off on the first. He's got more coming towards him. Throws a molly at the feet of Bright, but he makes his way out of there. There is a lot of coverage coming in from the B ramp, but the B ramp's also getting hit as well. So Luke is going to have to put more attention towards that B ramp position, and he does great work to take down that aggression towards him. And Bright with a Mac 10 from this distance, yeah, call that a quits. It's tied game here on Nuke, 5-5 apiece.
Orbital really doing a good job clawing back into this one. It's kind of what we talked about in our earlier games this series with the whole economy on the CT side. It's really hard to stabilize. Team Carry was running away with the gun rounds early on, but realistically, Orbital only lost 2 gun rounds early on. Everything just has to be like a half buy, a save. It's just really ugly. And yeah, now that their economy is flowing, they're just positioning themselves well, and they're positioning themselves to win.
And in a position to take the lead here in this first half, as pretty much this is a gimme that they should be able to hit out of the park with ease. This should be just an easy strike in the center zone. Let's see if that occurs. Andrew, though, gets the one and done as he gets bombarded by a bunch of Tech 9s. Having a hard time is Luke trying to find his kill. Okay, takes his time for it. Now has to go to the pistol as the M4A1S tends to not have that many bullets to shoot. And so he's able to regain himself. It's a 3v3, though, as Vulcan wanting to come up from this position. A smoke thrown at his feet, but it might just help Vulcan more than it hurts. He seeps through that smoke. He might find that kill. Zayler, yes, he gets caught out. Vulcan with a big play up the vent, and now has this great position to take out Sandman, who's not looking. Yes, 3v1 now. Luke all left to both. And how did Team Curie find that round? It took some moments. It took some necessary plays, but it all pays off as Luke now in the clutch.
Really gonna be tough for Luke. I think he might just decide to save.
Yeah.
Oh,
unless
maybe he's faking us out.
He's got a smoke too, so maybe opting for the ninja defuse. Oh, they're actually going away from him. No. Oh, but it's out in the open. Surely they know of him. They're gonna go back into it. And yep, right before the smoke blooms, Flacco letting him know, you're not getting away with that crap. He'll go down with the ship, but that's okay. He's got enough money to work with, but able to salvage the round from what was a potential ninja defuse. Team Curie still finds 6.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him. He was getting ready to save, and I think his teammates were hyping him up in the background. He's like, "You got the money, just send it." You know, what's the worst thing that could happen? We rebuy, we lose an AK, so what? But I mean, that smoke, like you said, it's like it might hurt more than it helps, and that's what it did. It made the timing so awkward as the HUD players pushed out and allowed Vulcan to just rat out through that vent.
A lot of this game has been determined by one play most of the times. It's just that one play that determines who is the victor for most of these rounds, and that's why it's so close. That's why it's so tense in this first half, because it really comes to that split-second moment as to what's the call here. And as that happens, the split-second call is to go to the B site, go bombard Luke, who's providing coverage. Good work on the first kill, gets traded out immediately. Zayler They're watching for the potential. This has been done before where they head to the A side, but the B side getting planted in. There is going to be this lurk, but the lurk's going to take a long time to get back with his team trying to defend this B site. It's a 4v4 on the cards.
It's going to just be interested to see how this lurk plays out. Zayler first contact. It's taken out by Miles.
SGM got away with it the first time, but not this time. Miles wants to take it to the face of Orbital. It leaves it all to Sandman, who, as I mentioned, had a great nuke previously. Right now, finding his groove little by little, but this one might be too tall of a task. However, finds one, doesn't know the second. The shot being shot up from Vulcan. Honestly, could go for the stick. It's not planted for him, and he's gonna stick it. No fuck. Oh, okay. I thought for a second Vulcan was gonna not bite at the stick, but he ends up going out. He's able to get the kill. It's gonna be that 2-round lead for Team Curie going into the CT side. Yeah,
he took his time on that. He wasn't sure. He saw him jiggling after that once it started sticking, and then he's like, wait, he's not repeaking, and he's had to haul ass out of there. Able to get the kill, able to get the round. Team Curie takes a 7-5 lead after they lost a bit of their advantage. But man, this has been a hell of a game.
I will say a lot of things that I've noticed, especially from the games that we've been casting, is that no one goes for fake diffuses. No one's tapping. Everyone's going for the sticks, and no one's biting at the bluff. I mean, no one's biting at the non-bluff, I will say. It's not a bluff in that case. But, you know, a lot of those moments where people are just saying, you know what, I guess that update that we talked, that happened recently, where you have this 150 millisecond moment where essentially you have to wait till the gun comes up to shoot. So you see a lot of that being a factor here in these clutches. Already a 1-and-1 out towards the outside position. They're trying to find info, try to see where's the avenue of approach. They get themselves more towards that outside position. They're combated with a bit of aggression coming in from that Heaven player. That's going to be Flacco, who's now down to 15 HP. So he's going to have to play more of a passive role in this scenario. And Andrew will be willing to take it.
Yeah, you're going to need him to come alive, come big.
Ooh.
Oh, they're not able to find that guy into Heaven, but it's a lot of information.
Oh, okay, 18 HP or 8 HP, no problem at all. However, it was all just a ruse because they're down here towards the B side. They're going to get the bomb planted with no contest coming in from the CT side. And even so, Luke able to provide coverage for that B ramp position. Spots of one has a teammate to provide support. Zayler going to shoot from the side, get that headshot. But now here comes the hit from that single position, but they're ready for it. All players down. It's only up to the 8 HP Flacco from the very beginning. And it's going to be a tough one to go for, especially when the bomb's planted so far out for that double position. And you would imagine this is Orbital's round every day of the weekend. It will be so. 6 rounds now. Pistol found for Orbital.
Yeah, I mean, it's the grand finals. We expect them to be good teams, but I was just so shocked at like how disciplined they are when there was that one player ramp, one player in trophy room, and the trophy room guy's not even committing to the fight. He's just knowing he can bait. He knows he can let his players swing and get a free kill. It happens. They keep 2 alive, and those 2 were alive to get that post plant under order.
Yes, you're right. Those 2 players being the difference maker for that round win. And so they find themselves in great strait to then get back into this game, get back into a tie game. After all, it was only a 2-round lead, so still able to get into it. There is a rebuy coming in from Team Curie. Everyone running the MP9s, and I would imagine they're just waiting for these close range fights to come their way. Vulcan's going to hear a lot of this info, and I would imagine it's going to be communicated over to the team. But will he have first contact is the question. He is smoked out completely. And he's going to have to play a little bit more passive. But as that happens, he's going to give up this position. And you see that wraparound coming in towards Heaven.
Yeah, that's going to be huge as Miles looks to readjust. We have 1 on top of Hut, 1 below. And Miles, like they're realizing that Heaven might be compromised.
Yeah, and you see that response. Lobby completely taken up. Flacco, Miles, all making their way. But as that happens, Sandman now makes his presence known towards that Heaven position. Takes out Alor sitting on the top hut. Vulcan is still sitting towards that mini position, covering that space. But they got to worry about that Heaven player making something happen. Vulcan, though, wants to go for a peek. He doesn't feel comfortable in this position, and he pays a price. SGM gets that kill. Still sitting towards Heaven. And all the players are here towards A. Honestly, they could literally just go down hell and go to B. It's literally open for the taking, but they'll still take this site, and they'll still get the kills. Easy as day. They find a tie game.
Yeah, I mean, no one dying either, but I really loved what Orbital decided to do. I mean, you're going to this game, everyone buys an MP9 on CT side. You're looking at least 3. They want to take as much range duels as they can go. So they slowly progress outside. They're like, all right, we can get fought from heaven. We can get fought from CT. If there's a rat that sneaks through mini, sure enough, it's a one and done. They just made sure they had long duels the entire round as they had the rifle advantage. And they walked away unscathed. It was just a great read from them.
Yeah, you can always but you always get so worried, especially with those MP9s. They tend to be laser beams sometimes, especially from the long range, especially when, I mean, there's some demons out there on Face It that tap, 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 and they do it within 2 bullets to kill you with an MP9. So that's always the biggest worry. But as you mentioned, the long range duels pays off for them as they look to take that outside presence once again. Been their go-to plan every single round on this T side. Vulcan, though, wants to find an opening. Oh no, that's good old CS2. The crosshair looks good, but the shots don't. And he goes down with the deagle, and it should be the dominoes starting to push themselves over as it's just pistols here. The rifles are going to have plenty advantage here fighting this. CZ able to get 1 kill though, but it is just the Flacco's deagle who should be found eventually. There should be a bomb plan eventually as well. We should be seeing that 8th unless Flacco can make some miraculous Nico plays, but instead Luke able to close it out. Orbital take the lead.
I mean, 1 player dying in the last 2 rounds, that is incredible for the confidence, incredible for the money. And, you know, I think Orbital has definitely come alive. They've come online right now, and we're going to be looking good going into this next gun round.
It's only going to be worse, especially if they keep people alive into this round and win this one. I mean, if they continue that amount of people staying alive in these rounds, that money is going to start to soar like Bitcoin. And we know what it can do to people. It can make the worst of them or the best of them. But let's see if Team Curie could finally put them back into bankruptcy. Vulcan playing towards its Elige position. As I mentioned previously, pretty much a one and done. You get that 1 free kill, eventually they're going to start putting their eyes towards you. Sandman, though, very diligent about this. He does want to take this outside space, but look at Vulcan. Playing more of an outer position, then catching Sandman looking the wrong way. So already a 5v4 in favor of Team Curie. A good start on this round here as making their way towards B-side Orbital. Finding a lot of space to work with, and they could get a bomb plan here.
That kill should have pushed a lot of players from Curie down to B side. I don't know what's going on here. They definitely know that cross should have happened, or at least definitely could have happened. But looks like they're electing to play a little bit of a retake here on B.
The good thing, though, is that they got 2 players playing down towards that B side. That's going to be Vulcan and Bright to get here really soon, really close. Zayler, though, gets a kill back, so now even advantage as he opens it up onto the A site, I believe. But either way, it is going to be that 4v4. They're going to go for that bomb plant out in the open as well. I believe SGM is playing towards that left side silo, so it's a little bit more beneficial for that T side. So that way they're going to have to focus on a stick defuse towards that outer play, and just like that, with all the utility being dispensed towards that ramp, they actually decided for the save. And I would imagine the economy has to play a factor, but Orbital, what a big one to get.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a very tough retake, so I mean, that's probably the best decision you could have made there. But once again, we're talking about what we did at the beginning of this round. Only 1 player dying. So yeah, the money's gonna be looking really good for Orbital, probably for the rest of this game.
But it's good that they still keep a couple guns on the side of Team Curie as well to still make a round out of this next one, especially with not a lot of money to work with. At least those 4 players with the rifles can only invest in whether the rebuy in the armor or in utility, which is incredibly important, especially considering the plan of attack for Orbital every single round has been go outside. And what's the most important thing when that is the case? Having nades to blow the smokes so you can catch those people out in the open when they least expect it. So at least they got that money to work with to be able to use that utility to their advantage. Will they do so accordingly? Time will tell. But 9-7, Orbital leading the way so far on this nuke, looking stellar so far. And it looks like it might just be a B approach coming in as 3 players setting themselves over towards radio.
Sandman playing for some aggressive lurk here, trying to just get some attention, letting them know that they're still outside when that really is not the plan of attack this round.
Change of protocol indeed for Orbital. Showing that there is this idea that they are taking outside, but it's all just a fake. But Vulcan's here to detect that.
It's 2 players that already had to engage with the outside player. That's a lot of information that is falsely being fed over here to Team Curie.
Very slow round compared to what we've been seeing as of lately here on Nuke.
Yeah, and the utility, we look at the side, other than Alor, it's very light here for Kiri. So if the Orbital decides to just do a massive push here, it's going to be really tough to stop.
Absolutely. Let's see how it goes. A-side hit going to be coming their way. They got a top up player providing coverage towards the sneaky position, but here comes the util. Surely it should get away with some. Sandman gets one, traded out Miles, was able to get one, but that's it. And just like that, the T-side breaking through like it's nothing, churning it like it's butter. And Flacco, left up with 17 HP, is going to have to retreat. And he kind of faked that. I saw what he was trying to do. I understand it now. I don't think a ninja defuse is gonna happen this time. Flacco, remember last time? Flacco was the one who caught out that ninja defuse in the last half. He might be going for one of his own, and I would imagine Orbital's response is gonna be the same. That
Zayler, though, Zayler's in sniffing range. There might be a timing, and he gets Flacco.
Not gonna get away with that one, indeed. Orbital now double digits, getting much closer to that end of this map. They're feeling the momentum on their side, and the economy not in the best state, as you could tell by Bright's MP9 buy. But Orbital now finding their groove here on this T side.
Yeah, I mean that was the biggest part of the save that Team Carry made. That allowed them to buy as much util as they needed going into that next round. But they burnt it in the first 30 seconds, and it made it very tough to hold that push. And they rotated. They had the read right. They just did not have the util to slow it down.
Oof, Sandman already starting it off onto Vulcan early towards that. I want to say that mid space. Or into Hut, I believe. But look at the aggression coming in from Alor. Alor pushes himself forward, but Luke is ready for that contact. And Bright wants to push forward, but hey, you got another angle to cover, and Zayler's watching that position. Oh, a bit of timing from Luke. He's got Andrew, though, to provide support. Flacco able to get away with one, but once again, it's a one and done. He's going to have to retreat. Once again, Orbital getting closer and closer. These T-sides are now starting to power up. And like I said, it was a story of which T side was going to be the best, which CT side was going to show a little bit more formidableness. But right now you could see that Orbital put up just enough of a fight to really send themselves closer and closer to that match point. And it's only going to get closer if they find Flacco in this position. Luke still searching, and he might be able to catch it. And he does so accordingly. 8 HP, and he's still able to get away with the kill. Orbital find 11.
Dude, that is just so tough. Orbital has just been running away with this T side. And then as you try to run away, you try to hide away, try to play another day, they still chase you down. They still kill you. They still just take what little bit you had going for you the next round. They just take it away.
Has it been 6 rounds in a row pretty much? I don't think Team Curie has won a CT side round yet, right?
No. I'm not really sure if they won. No, you are correct.
This is a T side that has gone flawless, and that is what I was really wondering. Will Team Curie's CT side step up to the plate and stop this aggressive T side as it continues forward into the squeaky smoke? But it's just the one. It's just the one and done. And they're gonna go ramp. Yep, Flacco, you had all the saves. Now you have the aggression, but he's not able to step up for the fight. And just like that, the B site getting bombarded by T's here with utility and with guns. SGM pushing the aggression even further. Try to get an advantage. Sandman, though, with a clean headshot, gets another one on that. Alor now down for the count. Bright last alive in a 3v1. And this is looking like it's done, so ladies and gentlemen. The economy is not in the best state, and Sandman is ready to hit those headshots, looking good like he did on the previous nuke. It's 12 for Orbital.
Yeah, so nuke is just Sandman's map. You would have figured it was dust or mirage, but here we are, no sand, no dirt in sight, and he's just tearing it up, leading the charge for Orbital.
Oh man. Sandman have a game indeed. I mean, we saw a 26-13 scoreline. He will not be able to replicate it with an ace in this one, but still 18-13 on the scoreline. That says volumes right now as to what this ECL player has got in store in terms of the skill he provides to these tournaments. Looking absolutely incredible so far. It's going to be 5 rounds in a row from Kiri to try to make this back, and it's already a tough hill to climb, especially with the economy not in their favor. 2 MP9 buys, and Alor going to have to determine what's going to be the call. Do you need the util? Do you need the weapons? Do you even need the armor? What is that call is going to be the case as Team Curie call that timeout to talk it out. They don't have that many chances, and I feel like it hasn't been really long that we've seen a timeout. I feel like the last time was the first half, but right now Orbital is in the driving seat and they're getting themselves closer to this map.
Yeah, I mean, I really think you're gonna want to just change up the pace here from CC side because so far this game they've just been sitting back and just letting Orbital run them over. I feel like they need to change up their pace, play a little aggressive, and just hope it just happens to be on the right side of the map.
And it's crazy too because for the most part, Orbital was making outside their play every single time. It all changes up here as they send themselves now towards B to show them that they could do it on all sides. They could do it on all exteriors just to let them know that they are that good. So they're going to send themselves into outside into what is hopefully their last round, the winning round for this nuke. They do take a lot of damage though in that outside position, but the kill comes in the way of Orbital. 5v4 already on the cards for Orbital, ready to hook, line, and sink this into Inferno. And keep in mind that Inferno is coming up next. That is the map pick of Orbital. So already an advantage in favor if they win this map, and it continues further as now Miles made out to dry and Zaylor gonna find more soon enough. I mean, they're heading towards that B side with the bomb. A lot of noise being made on B. Flacco, no. Oh, Flacco! Oh God, okay, 2 kills, but not able to take out the bomb. And Aylor, what are you doing, my guy? Why are you still? Oh no. So Bright, I think Bright now knows he's in the 1v3. He has to play this correctly. He's going to open that door. They're going to know of him. And Bright able to get away with a big one on the MP9. 2 kills there. Needs the 1. 19 HP on Andrew. And Tim Carey still able to stay alive. The 1v3 from Bright that was heavily necessary to stay alive. Like I said, the MP9 could be a beam sometimes. And Bright was the one who held that.
Dude, that was absurd. It's like, oh man, Flacco just made the play, and I was like, Aylor just threw it away. I was like, the game's over. But like you said, MP9 laser beam, and Bright made it happen. And they really needed that breath of fresh air in that round.
Oh man, I cannot believe what I just saw. That I thought the same thing as you. This was done. We're going to Inferno. Orbital made that T side look great, but the first round of the CT side has finally come at match point. But they need 5 more or 4 more to make overtime happen. We are going to be taking this tech pause as we mentioned. Aylor was out of the server since the very beginning. He was stuck on a USP, so that's why you see his money currently at 7.6, which is great because losing that many players in that round win is going to make it even harder to still try to get into this game and try to continue your survival on this map of Nuke. But at least he now has money that he could buy over for 2 people. Maybe that MP9 could be traded back from Miles, upgrade to an M4, get yourself even an extra bit of utility, and then Aylor could then come in with a buy of his own. So that's at least the upside of this DC. But you know, you never want a DC to happen, but sometimes it's the way it is. But Bright able to save Team Carey, man. Oh, what a clutch. Honestly, one of the better plays I've seen as of today. Crazy stuff. Aylor's back.
I was getting worried about that. I was like, he's taking his sweet time over here. But yeah, dude, I'm just so excited to see what happens. I mean, we've been seeing Orbital absolutely dominate their T side, but at the end of the day, we're only 4 rounds apart now. That's close. That is a close game.
Yeah, one thing to note as well, considering that Orbital has been winning constantly with Man Alive, as we've been constantly reiterating in this game. They're going to have the economy to work with, so it's going to take a lot of rounds and a lot of non-death approaches for this CT side to then finally break through onto Orbital's economy and their momentum. And right now, it's got to come piece by piece. First one already started onto Zaylor, down for the count, 5v4 in favor of the CT side. Miles took a lot of damage, but they're already in a good spot.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for this progression. Sandman being the lurk outside, seeing if he can route through here. It looks like he's going to be trying to sneak his way over into towards garage here. And this could make it interesting. He does open it up onto Aylor. He gets taken out by Vulcan. But still, it's going to be a 4v3 advantage here for Carey.
Black is going to take a lot of the brunt hit, I would imagine, but actually thinking against it. The bomb making its way over to Squeaky. Playing it passive, waiting for any sort of aggression. But in this case, in this scenario, Team Carey, I would imagine you say, don't make a move. We don't need to make him play here. Contact coming out from that squeaky. The smoke covered off that last player that was trying to come out. So Bright might be able to get caught out. He does pull his knife out and he gets Nona. Vulcan though, once again, hit the first stop, now gets a second. It's a 3v2 on the CT side. They have broken through the site, but right up the vent, Miles able to make it work with the MP9. It's been a story of MP9 so far in this last bit of the game. And gonna push through together, play together as a team. Gotta be careful with Andrew though, but the MP9 does the job once again. Team Kiri stay alive and make it a 9th.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about. Kiri's money was not good because of how bad this game has gone so far, but keeping 3 alive keeps that positive cash flow. It's what you need to claw your way back into it. Orbital should not have any money situations to close out regulation, but Kiri, they need at least 3 alive and one more of these rounds, so they can really play it out and really hope to bring this one back.
And they're gonna need 3 more to make it an overtime here. They're gonna need it. Otherwise, we see ourselves going into Inferno with at least Orbital, maybe a sigh of relief on their side. They got 1 more buy to make it work here. They still got plenty of money though. So, like you said, gonna take a while here, but first contact in, and Sandman takes the brunt of it. A lot of damage on his end. Miles will put him out of commission. Zayler though, able to get 1 back, so even advantage back in favor. Miles took a lot of damage on that engagement against Sandman. So it's going to hurt a lot, especially when Andrew now finds an opening towards that gap in mini, and now they're going to push the pace over towards the A site. It's going to be Bright to try to save things, but he tried it once before. He was successful. Not this time. Now it's Flacco. You've been saving every so often, but you get burnt out by the molly, and that's the way the cookie crumbles on Nuke. 13-9. Orbital take it here for the first map, and they're going to go into their second map pick of Inferno with that lead.
Oh, and my camera has just absolutely disappeared, but it's okay. I don't know what happened, but we are going into this game. That was super exciting. That was super fun. And yeah, Orbital tore it up. We talked about how that series was going to go. It was basically a map pick for both teams. They both dominated in their semifinals on Nuke. And yeah, I mean, just super exciting.
Absolutely. And so that said, they already go themselves up on the pick of Team Kiri's of Nuke. It's going to be a big momentum boost for the side of Orbital as they look to close themselves out as the champions of this tournament. We're going to take that quick break. When we come back, it's going to be that pick of Orbital. It's going to be the map of Inferno. So stay tuned. There's T-Noodle. Hello. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it will be that Inferno. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here on map number 2, which is the map pick of Orbital, which is Inferno, to see if they become the grand champions of the Generation Nostalgia Face It Cup, or if we're going to need map number 3 of Dust 2. I am joined here with T-Noodle for this matchup, as it's going to be a barn burner, I would imagine, especially on a classic map like this. What did you say, T-Noodle?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how Inferno plays out. SGM opening it onto the B side, but he does get traded. Sandman with another trade as well. It's going to be a 3v3 with that bomb going down, but actually at Oranges, it's Miles.
It's Miles indeed. Gets traded out though. However, Vulcan here in time before Luke can even get a better position on this clutch, and Vulcan is going to close it out on the 3K. They get the pistol. They said nuke is just a pastime. Now we're on Inferno. Let's start to cook.
Dude, that was like the most calm 2 kills I've ever seen someone make. Like he took the first one out, and then just stood completely still and just waited for the peak to come from Orbital, and was able to get the other.
Yeah, I mean, you would imagine Halloween was yesterday. Michael Myers is still on the server, and he's ready to kill. I mean, and that's Vulcan right now, still in his costume, still looking good with it. 3 kills on that pistol. Let's see if things change up here. Both sides, once again, going for the buys. It seems like the 4 spies have always been a story in the second rounds, but it's always gone to the winner of the first pistol. So let's see how that goes. I'm surprised that it's just MP9s, though, on the side of Team Curie. Barely the M4 coming out from Vulcan. Realized he had enough money from those 3 kills to be able to afford the AR, but there will be a response coming in from Orbital.
I mean, this is how it started last time. It was the 4 spy from Orbital that allowed them to just run away. And here we are, now just progressing over into Banana.
Little by little, Sandman now gonna push the pace more, especially with his entire teammate here. Good flashes in, is gonna blind out the entirety of the CT side. However, Miles, once gaining vision, now gets to work on the MP9. A lot of damage in. Aelor trying to go through, trying to sneak through, but not able to get away with anything. Goes down for the count. It will be that 4v3 in favor of Orbital. Vulcan is here on time once again. And we saw what the 3K he could do on the pistol is. Can the M4 have some sort of success of the same? Little by little creeping up, but the contact coming in from the CT side. 1-1 together. Andrew trying to push forward. Vulcan, though, still here, still alive. And the T side, the 4 spy pays off. They even get themselves a good old reward of an M4, but they find themselves on the board early.
Yeah, just a great setup for them. You know, you're putting all your rifles together. You know, as long as you pick one site to hit together, you're going to have a 5v2 or a 5v3 advantage. And it was just so lucky that the util that Aelor decided to throw to stop the rush was just a smoke. And smokes aren't walls. They just needed to run through it. They knew where one player was, and they knew where the second one had to be on site. And that was just like a 4v1 to turn on to site player.
Don't you hate when that happens? I feel like there's so many like low-level players that look at smokes and like, no, I can't push through. It's a brick wall. I can't. But it's like, no, you could still make a play. You could still do a pop flash and, you know, get yourselves through. It's those plays that not only look great for us to cast, but also look great for other people to do. Zaylor, though, with a great off angle, able to catch out too. Bright, though, going to catch him with his pants down, thinking that he was the man of the town. Contact coming back in, though, with this eco here, coming in from Aelor, but not able to get away with one. There is still one more person playing here, and he's playing contact. He's playing it passive, but now noted of just a 1 and done. So you would imagine that the T side has this in the bag. It's just a Bright with an MP9, but we have said in the past a 1v3 MP9 Bright could make magic happen, but this time it looks like he's just going to save the AK, allow for that lead to come in the way for Orbital.
Yeah, 1v3 with an MP9 doable. AK, not impossible. It has to go for that save. Has to hide away.
His win percentage dropped by like 25% after picking up that AK.
Yeah, these are factual numbers. We can run a check from Goober. I believe he has calculator in hand, and yeah.
Shout out Goober one time. Solid casting as well, and solid mathematician in terms of those predictions. But 2-1, like I said, will be found. Orbital getting themselves a little bit of a lead here. And you would imagine with that 4 spy also coming in from Team Curie, they're going to probably force a save here. Maybe a 4 spy with the AK, but I would imagine the AK is the hero for the next round.
Yeah, it's got to be hero. You can't put yourself in that big of a hole. I mean, you'd love to see it. You love to write a story about round number 4, but with how the last map went, you just want to really get your full setup, your full utility online, because it's Inferno. You need your full utility, or you're just going to get ran over in Banana.
Ran over from Banana indeed. Some may say the hell of Italy, but let's see if Banana could force some sort of miracle. Okay, put into hell is Aelor, instantly deleted, currently boasting at 4-0-4. It feels like every time he's tried for an advantage, he gets taken down immediately. Andrew also finds one on the board as well. Luke able to take one out towards that A site, and just like that, the T side, as you mentioned, should have an easy going here for this T side. Not even a casualty in sight. They do find their third.
Yeah, just another good round from Orbital. We weren't really expecting much on that eco. We hoped to see a little bit from that AK, but you know, at the end of the day, it's just a save round. And now you can say, guys, this is where the game starts. It's round number 5. Let's go ahead. Let's get one win. Let's get another, and let's just take it. This is CT side, and let's take this map back from Orbital here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're gonna need to really take their map pick here if they want to even have a chance to try for the championship. After all, down a map. You got Dust 2, hopefully, if you can make it happen. Vulcan, though, wanting to get ambitious here, finds himself in a big gap, able to take out Andrew on the last bullet. Sandman ready for the response, able to take down Vulcan. A 4v4, but as all the info and all the attention was put towards that mid space, the A side is the hit. And look, the bomb has made its way out here, and the CTs caught with their pants out completely. The bomb's gonna get planted eventually, and they know of that Bright who's sitting in the apps. And what a big pickup from Orbital. They find the avenue.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I was really feeling Bright swinging there. Like they knew 2 were coming through hallway there. And he wanted to stop that plant, but I feel like he just had to wait for his teammates.
Surprised that they're still going for this, especially with no economy on their end. Miles, though, with that pick, you might get a little bit of confidence to go back into this, but it's a devilish crossfire here between Luke and Zaylor. Luke with the first contact. They know of the pit player, but they just said, let's swing together and let's make it happen, baby. 4-1, Orbital leading the way on this T side.
Yeah, Orbital just sharing the same brain cell right now. They're just peeking together. They're doing everything. They're just doing everything they can to
the same one brain cell they have.
The same one brain cell. You don't need more. You don't need more. You know, that just convolutes things. But here we are. We saw it when we spoke about it on Nuke, when there are those moments where it's like, all right, I'll jiggle like 5 or 6 times and you'll swing and get a free kill. And we saw that again. They just jiggled for each other, gave each other the free opportunities, and they're just taking turns on the shoulder peaks.
Taking turns, you can see that the teamwork is working well for the Orbital side, and really, teamwork makes the dream work. And right now, the dream of being champions for this tournament is coming into fruition as Sandman with a double opening over towards that B site. That B site has no response for this aggression. However, Bright and an MP9, what better for this story? Finds himself a double, and Flacco finds himself more, but not the kill. And so that's the opening there for the A side. The bomb is going to make its way there eventually, but you see that flank coming in. I would imagine that Luke's timer ticking, currently going down, expecting that maybe middle might be the hit, and he was going to peek in slowly, and he will find those 2. Bright, though, with a great shot, but we always talk about the AK diminishing the chances. Gobbler saying 15%, especially with the 23 HP. And it looks like he's going to go back into saving an AK once again. So Orbital finding a streak of rounds here after breaking through on that eco buy.
Yeah, this has just been very lovely here from Orbital. They have just been doing it all. They went ahead and took the top of Banana. Lost a little bit of love there thanks to the heroics of Bright. But as the rotations came by, they shifted, like we talked about earlier, the push and pull. And they pushed all the way onto A site, got that kill, and just brought everyone over. And they're just playing Team Carry like an accordion right now.
Absolutely. By the way, curious about if you know this, where does Orbital VSAT Online come from?
See, I think that comes from Helldivers, right?
Is it?
I
mean, I would believe you if you said that, but I was gonna tell you it's Black Ops 2.
Oh shit! You know, see, this is what happens.
I would believe you actually. I've only played Helldivers so much that I really wouldn't know. I could truly believe that be the case, considering all the space that it involves. But
there's an orbital it's orbital laser that comes online. That's what it is. And I was thinking it had to be, I didn't play much COD growing up, so I'm a little out of the loop there.
We'll call it the same thing. We'll call it that. Ooh, the aggression coming in from the banana position. And Miles and Aylor are tired of getting pushed around towards the banana position. They said they want to take the fight towards the bullies, and they actually come up with a big kill there, a 5v4 advantage, one that we haven't had to say in quite some time on this Inferno. Will it turn out to success? It looks like Orbital are going to have to look a different way.
And we're actually seeing them get pinched out a little bit. They don't have bracket control. They definitely don't have banana control. It just all they have is the bottom of middle. But they push
Go
up
Utah.
Flacco, try to get a little bit of bracket, try to get a
Ooh.
little bit of this map back.
Dink lands in onto Zaylor's down at 6 HP as well. So he's pretty much out of the round. He's got to fight very cleverly. Got to make sure that he plays his angles right, plays timings right. Don't take that head first.
Ooh.
Contact. And Ayler playing close. Okay, instantly deleted. Andrew's there for the coverage, and just like that, the B side is open for the taking. There is a reroute coming in from Bright. Not an MP9, but an AK to here. Try to defend. Gonna shoot a couple pot shots through the smoke. Nothing's gonna land. So the bomb is gonna land, and it will be 4v3 retake in favor of Orbital. Really looking to make these streak of rounds come their way, and that Molly's gonna hold them at bay a lot longer here.
And Andrew has another smoke to resmoke CT when that time comes.
Ooh, double high-low. Oh, able to get through on the one. The trade trying to come in, but Flacco not able to get his kill. And Vulcan has said, peace out. I'm out of here. It will be that 6 coming in for Orbital. 6 rounds in a row on this T side. You need to get started now. Otherwise, you're letting the cup get out of your grasp here.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such a great push, though, by Orbital. I mean, it's crazy that was able to happen. They had no banana control, and they had no brackets control. They had to collect that mud. They pushed the brackets guys a little bit, but it was just a good initial peek there from SGM. And Andrew just right on the right spot when the CT wanted to peek out to get that trade for that kill, and right in the crosshair of Andrew opens it up. And that's a free round out right at that point.
And when you thought that the CT side actually found the answer, we instead see that there is a double agent right now on Team Kiri. Aylor not having the greatest of times, 0-7. Can we
Flacco
confirm?
too.
Can we confirm that the assist is actually a 0 as well?
Flacco too.
Ooh, Flacco's getting there eventually. I mean, considering how every single B-side hit has gone, I mean, it could continue. And that's literally the losing recipe in this scenario. You cannot afford yourself to have 2 players down in a deep hole on the scoreboard. And so looking to find something else. Miles, though, able to find 1. Aylor just being a bit of a support beacon for him. And so 5v4, but we've seen this scenario before. It has led into an Orbital win. Can they find the opening necessary? But the flashes are going to push them just back just a little bit longer.
Sailor getting good aggression here in Halls. As
Ooh,
repositioning here
Vulcan.
comes from Orbital.
Vulcan pushing through the smoke. Will he be able to catch a timing? Pushing through. And he does find SGM. So now this A-side hit comes a little bit questionable, but it will come eventually. And Flacco able to step on the plate. He won't be Mr. 007. Instead, he'll get himself 2. Good no-scope coming in from Andrew. A second lands, but Vulcan there just in time to save things for Team Kiri. They finally find themselves a second.
Yeah, Flacco logged into the server just in time to make some big play happen. That was a good little 2-piece there. Got himself caught off guard, though, with that little no-scope from Andrew, and good shots from him. But I mean, hey, you gotta start somewhere, and that's second on the board for Kiri.
Yeah, absolutely. They needed something. They needed some sort of life here in order to make this Inferno not go ablaze in their hands. And right now, it looks like Orbital want to keep pushing the pace, and Andrew with a big pickup there on the opening. Spotted a second, so he knows that the one is playing maybe incredibly close. On the jump up, misses the shot. Andrew able to go down. Aylor able to tie it up. He's no longer feeling the 0 mark. He's able to get himself a double of his own. And as Flacco was able to get a double, they got the CT side around. Will the same be said as Aylor gets his double?
It could be a sign of fate here. Both players waking up now. It's still a 3v3, which is going to be tough on the CT side. Utility, though, still very positive here for Team Kiri.
This has become a gamble call of pretty much where you're going to put your chips in. Which is the weaker side? Which one is going to be the easier approach here? And right now, they're going to the easiest of approach. Vulcan, who's currently with the op, and that is it. If he gets wide swung and he misses the shot, this is pretty much the round for Orbital. And he does miss the shot. He's able to back up just in time to take a different position, but still pushing over, and they're going to push towards him. Vulcan, though, with a great shot in. A second in on the board. He might do it all himself, and he does so accordingly. Vulcan with a nice 3K to hold down that B side. Team Kiri string a 3rd.
I mean, Vulcan has been the bright spot of their team this whole series so far. He was the bright spot when we were seeing the games in the semifinals. He has been a captain on this team and just lighting it up. And I don't know how he was able to get out alive after missing that first shot, but he definitely made up for it with a really nasty 3K right there.
I mean, I'll tell you from my experience, Vulcan, I've known him since 2017. I literally went to Philadelphia with him, and he's been playing for quite some time. He's a veteran of this scene, and he's making it known that he's got the skill to keep things going as he finds another opening here, sitting at 10-5. He's the bright light of Team Carry to try to keep things alive. But Sandman, always putting people down in the dirt, down in the sand, and Inferno does have a lot of sand to boat, but now Alor is starting to feel a little bit more confidence now after that double from the last round, and he finds himself onto that trade. Sandman down for the count. It's a 4v3 in the CT side.
What a great start once again into these rounds for Team Curie. Definitely coming online. They're going to be moving the bomb towards B once again. But man, Vulcan is home.
Oh man, he's feeling himself. The Inferno is where he comes to blaze, and he's currently firing off that fiery sniper. And it's been hitting every single time. Andrew not even able to get any sort of advantage, but ooh, here's the question mark. Oh, I thought Vulcan was going to peek back, but there's a lot of info being shown in, and Vulcan thinks better of it, maybe thinking that there might be a wrap, which is the potential, and Zaylor might take that opportunity, especially since the bomb has been posted here on B the entire time. And Zaylor does find that avenue, but you see Vulcan takes that route onto Church, so he's watching that line. He expects that there is potential for this flank coming in. And he would be right. The only question is, will Vulcan land the shot? Zaylor creeping in close. The op is going to make its way, but that smoke from Andrew, able to push Vulcan off the line that he was holding initially, and that's going to make Zaylor's position a lot more powerful as he lurks in through this smoke. He's going to find himself here, and he's going to have to put a lot of this focus. They are here. Alor now swinging out in the open. Goes down. Vulcan, though, sticks around, and he's been hitting like a madman. But Andrew, he's always up for the plate for a clutch, but no time. I didn't even notice that, but no time on the clock. The clock ends up being their enemy. It will be that fourth now for Kiri.
Yeah, man, I think this map, how it's going, it's going to be the tale of the two oppers, as Vulcan and Andrew both have been hitting nasty shots this game. But man, Vulcan being able to get that last one, stopping the plane, getting them just out of the time. It's been great for him.
Absolutely. I mean, both sides, like you said, the opera is going well. Right now, you could see that Sandman trying to keep things as well as Bay as well, 9-8 sitting at the moment. And right now, it's just been a battle on two sides. I feel like both are meeting them tit for tat on this map. It's not like the last map where Orbital, once they got on that T side of nuke, there was no CT side present to stop them. This time, there is actually a CT side that is now starting to feel the kills come their way and start to pick up. All their answers are starting to come their way. Let's see if it can result into maybe a tied half. After all, Orbital now have at minimum that tied half. They want to extend it further. They don't have a good buy for this, so this is a good chance for Team Kiri to get back into this game.
It was not pretty to start their CT side the way they did, but the last few rounds got to be getting lots of confidence coursing through their veins. And yeah, we're looking at Orbital. I don't really know if they're feeling it right now. They're going back to B once again. They lose Andrew from Vulcan. And yeah, they're just going to be going for this 5v2 onto this B bomb site here.
But we got rifles here to provide coverage here. And Molly as well is going to make it much easier to get these kills. Alor now starting to pick it up on the kill department. It was rough already. He was the double agent at one point, but now he's got to step up to the plate. However, goes down early from the Tech 9, and SGM finds another one. Miles and Alor down early, and Vulcan's going to have to save the day once again. He finds a kill, making it a 3v2 retake for Team Kiri. He's going to step on the line, and Sandman can't hit his shot. It's SGM who was able to break through on 16 HP to try to save things, but Team Kiri break it like a wood board.
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan just coming alive. He was just so patient. He knew that first swing was coming. I'm not really sure if I was feeling the way Orbital was overpeaking there, especially on the second one. But man, Vulcan definitely taking advantage of everything that is given to him.
Yeah, when you need him most, one guy sits above the rest. It's the disciple. It's Vulcan. 15-6. I mean, the last time we saw an impressive game like this, we were watching Sandman currently boasting an 18-6 score line by the end of the first half of Nuke, and looks like Vulcan wants to meet that mark. He finds himself the first in this round of 5v4 within the first 15 seconds of this round. And you see the response. They want to come for a response here, Orbital, and they're going to look to pressure this A site, and they do take out Bright. So now even advantage, and there's only one player to provide structured defense here. Vulcan has made his way over towards that A site. Got to be careful with the swing. Misses the timing, gets taken out. Flacco, though, once again having to be the hero. He did it once before. Can he do it again? He's got White Swing coming in, but Luke's hitting like a madman. It doesn't need the AK. He's got the Galil. He clutches it up. It's a 3v2 retake. And as the contact coming in from the arch position, Aelor able to salvage another one, making it a little bit easier for this retake. But with this smoke in front of them, it's only going to be harder, especially when SGM is providing that coverage. There we go. But the smoke for him, and they're going to push forward with a double pop flash in. One player playing from the lane and the other one playing from the pit, and the pit's going to have to get open for this because right now there's a lot of cover from these smokes. They know both now, but Miles got to do some sort of miraculous moment here with this M4, but Andrew is going to feel himself and get this op kill. It's going to be that 2-round lean for Orbital. We thought that Team Curie was going to make it a tie game considering the way that these rounds have been going, but instead Orbital take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, we look at that round. Vulcan has been the one just leading the charge for this team. And the one round where the timing just goes a little bit wrong for him after that missed shot, he goes away, and the round, it just will seem like a landslide from there. Really hoping the rest of the guys can come alive for Team Curie, looking into this T side. But Orbital, you're now on your comfort side, on your map pick. This is your chance to really run away with it and take charge of this cup.
Yep, sir. First place, grand prize. 400, I believe it is. And so that would be a big pickup for them to win that. And they want to take it all the way. Ooh, and even the early peek up from SGM. But that one B-side defender in Sandman gets taken down. Okay. I'm confused as to what happened, but it ends up being a 3v3 at the end of it. And the bomb plant will come down, and all players coming from Banana. And I would imagine that Team Curie knows about this. That's why you see that aggression coming in from Flacco, pushing towards that church position. Andrew going to seep back through, and he's going to get spotted by Flacco. Flacco going to take this contact in, trying to hit his shots, but all of them missing. Andrew, though, low on HP, only 1 HP. Aelor finds one. Miles finds another. Zaylor on 43, but it's a headshot to close it out. Team Curie find the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, interesting start from Orbital. They decided to make that rush, to make that gamble, take the little advantages on the peaks. But I mean, Team Curie, they hit their shots. They took that read, they got that pick, took site control, and like you said, Aelor took advantage of construction, which that site control, that wide site control allowed them to have a very easy crossfire and set up to just hold the bomb site.
Absolutely, and you would imagine that this is going to get themselves much closer into the tie game, more closer into the lead if they can break through. But we're talking about a CT side that in many cases on Inferno could be really tough to break through. And we haven't really seen Inferno, like you mentioned, in this tournament. So it'll be interesting to see what the first attempt at Inferno will look like for these two teams.
Played out very cautiously. Aelor. Oh, it's a rough start for him, but he's really coming alive this last few rounds.
Oh no, this is the last thing you want if you're the side of Orbital here, as right now Team Curie just now feeling themselves. They're leading in this charge that seems so confident that it's not a team that's playing from the back. And you see a lot of this very aggressive, egotistical peaks that just look in favor of them. They find themselves that tie score line, and a lot of questions are now going to come in, especially with that force buy going out of commission.
Yeah, this is going to give Curie a lot of life. We saw how the last game ended, how this game started. They were on their heels. Now they're on their toes. They're getting ready to dance. They're getting sturdy on them right now.
Getting sturdy on them indeed. Yes, sir. Here we go. And right now, this is the easiest way for Curie to get the lead here, especially with only dealing with pistols. We've seen worse, though. We've seen worse. We've seen only USPs, and so with 5.7s and a Deagle, anything can happen, but you would imagine the utility being spectacular on the side of Curie, making sure the protocols are correct, making sure to not go at any of these fights undisciplined, and not really losing any personnel while you're at it. And here comes the hit all together now. B site is the way. Vulcan with a great double dink on the MAC-10. And they're going to clear out this construction position, I would hope. Zaylor still here with a USP, but he can't really do much with this, especially if an AK plays at range. So this should truly be a Curie 8th.
Yeah, this has got to be it for them. I mean, it's just not looking great for the side of Orbital. They're chasing down Zayler, but Zayler actually gets one onto Ayler. Say that 5 times fast, and Miles does a little bit of team damage just for funsies.
On the bright side, though, you can get away with the AK. You don't have to keep a MAC-10 into the next one. When you have that gun round, you're at least like full weapons. You don't have to worry about having to wield a MAC-10, because I know that that could be a little bit of a detriment, especially when you're going against the better rifles of the M4s. You want to make sure that is the case. Luke getting another one on the 5.7, so he makes out with the MAC-10. Able to keep that, but I would imagine they want to get themselves onto rifles, but like we said, Kiri now taking the lead.
And this is going to be the true test of the Orbital team. They had a rough start to their CT side of Nuke, having a little bit of a rough showing here as well. But Andrew, he's been lighting it up with the op. We saw Vulcan light it up on their CT side. I wonder if Andrew's going to be able to do the same, if he's going to be able to just rotate around this map, be a little aggressive, change up his location every round.
Yeah, the op needs to get mobile in many cases. Both Nuke and Inferno are the peak prime examples of the op needing to be mobile. You can't be sticking around in one position. It can't just stay in one position. It can't be a B anchor. It can't be the A pit lurk. It has to move around. It has to be noted everywhere on the map, because that's what's going to make this T side feel more claustrophobic than what this map already is. And so right now, a lot of contact coming in, a lot of great space taken from Orbital, and they'll take more than just the space. They'll take a kill. Now already in the advantage, 5v4, as they are able to take out Alor. It seems like Alor is having misfortune both on CT side and T side.
Sandman, he getting a really good opener this round. He's been killing it this whole series. Sitting at 10 and 13. Gonna see him and Andrew, they're gonna be the ones that need to lead the charge here.
Absolutely. I mean, they haven't really needed Sandman much, because Andrew's been a demon and Luke has been solid. Now it's up to Luke to be able to cover this, but he's got a smoke in front of him to provide protection. And Kaylor and Luke double up together, and it's going to make it more obvious as to where this hit's coming from. And they don't even lose a single body on this hit. Orbital make a great defense. They find themselves 8. It's tied up once again.
Yeah, you love to see that if you're an Orbital VSAT online fan, because it wasn't looking pretty. And now it looks great. That's the money you needed to go into this round. 8-8. We're seeing full gun rounds, though we do see a Galil on Alor. And now we're going to see how this goes out, how their defaults are going to be going for the rest of this T side. Who's going to be winning banana? Who's going to be winning bracket control every round? This is really the test here.
Really curious to see how Vulcan can get active on this T side. He did well on that CT side, getting proactive, being able to find his openings, know where to peek, know where to get his advantages. But this time, he's a little bit more succumbed, especially with the minimum amount of space that the T side can work with. So let's see if he can find as similar success as he did on that CT side, as Sam is sticking around, still wants to put pressure, putting a lot of pressure, but now he's going to get pressured. He finds one through the wood. Aylor is just getting the brunt of it all. It seems like he can never catch a break. They're always finding bullets to his head, and he goes down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. And right now we pause it up as 4 players set up over here for the B site. There is going to be a rotation coming in. It's Andrew, but as they throw the smoke, he has no util to break it. So he's going to have to hope for the best, and it's SGM to try to save things. They did spot him, and they're going to spam him out. Bright's going to do the job, and okay, wasting 2 smokes, but that's no biggie. It's a 4v3. They have all the space in the world. You would imagine, considering the pathing that the op is currently taking, it will be that 9th coming in for Kiri.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really tough there for SGM, just playing in that second orange's position. As soon as the members of Team Carry decided to take that wide swing, catch just the shoulder of him, he was just out of luck, and that round was just gone.
Yeah, you can't really hope for much, especially when the op doesn't have a nade to be able to break that smoke. And I would imagine that's something that you would expect to have at the ready, especially considering you're the opper. You're kind of moving into these positions where smokes can fall in your lap, and you really have to have that open sight lane to be able to provide coverage for those hits. But instead, no nade, not going to help out SGM. They go down. Bright actually goes down to the bomb with that extended radius from Inferno. But either way, they find themselves in the lead again.
Stupid bomb radius. It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. I mean, I thought Ancient was pretty bad, but I just dislike Inferno. You know what's one thing though? I think that a lot of people truly miss Vertigo now.
Oh no, no. Nah.
I think they do. I feel like I've seen so many pros like bring Vertigo back. I'm like,
I
really?
tell you what, we could bring back. We could bring Cobblestone back. That's what we could bring back.
Nah, get me away from that 50% used map. If anything, Cash. Can we agree on Cash?
Oh yes, we can absolutely.
Okay,
agree on
perfect.
Cash.
Let's just stick with that.
2026, fall 2026. All right.
Yes, sir. All right, Sandman starting it up early, getting the kill onto Bright is going to make it much harder for this T side to get active here. And it seems like every single time Curie's always found a response, Orbital VSAT comes online and they find themselves an advantage of their own to make it easier here. But it comes slow.
Yeah,
Above a minute.
Team Curie's just going to want to feel this out, losing a player that long. They just want to see if any util is going to be used from Orbital in this mid round. Orbital, as we saw on that B take, they need to do a better job conserving their utility so they're able to have these counter rush plays and these retakes.
Absolutely. Right now, the CT side of the B site not feeling any pressure. However, they will send a third in. That's going to be Zayler coming in as well. But the op is posted over here towards the A site. A lurk smoke going to be thrown out by Flacco. I think it misses its mark, so Luke's going to be comfortable sitting here. A pop flash as he tries to play in front of it. Andrew able to get one as well, and they're going to put the T side in his tracks, stuck here in this lane position, and they're going to put all bodies over here. Crosshairs pointed towards the T side. Vulcan able to make out with one before getting traded, and Miles left alive in the last, but the nade finds his head top. It will be 9 again. We're tied up once again.
Yeah, Andrew really making the heroic moves. It wasn't just that kill from Andrew, and it wasn't just the kill from Luke and the balcony. It was the molly that forced the stall. Even they get the kill on Andrew, but by the time that molly dissipates, you got the rotates in, you got the players alive, you got the players ready to frag, and yeah, Curie was just stopped in their place.
Able to use the utility to their advantage, make sure that they hold them at bay for the time being, especially when it's just the remaining players left to go to try to regress onto the site. And once again, we say Orbital finding themselves the tied half. And this time, Curie, you look at Curie's money, not in the best state. Zeros across the board with respect to Flacco. And this is really a make or break right here, especially with Curie constantly going back and forth on these rounds. They don't have a loss bonus to work with, so they could see themselves onto a 2 to 3 round losing streak. If they lose this round, they really need this round in order to continue this forward.
They do, and the map control doesn't actually look too great for them. We're seeing banana control for the CT side, but how are those trades going through?
The P came just in time, able to take out the one. Flacco able to trade out, but Miles wants to put the pressure, especially considering how far back they pulled back. And Zayler gonna have to save the day. Andrew, though, provided coverage, and it looks like it's the Andrew show and the K of Zayler show as they continue to clean up house here on this A site. A 2-2 split, and they find 10. They find double digits first.
That is what we've been talking about this whole series, just trading shoulders, just trading peaks. The people on the T side there, when they're trying to push up truck side, which by the way is why I hate pushing up truck side, they're having to just rotate between looking straight and looking left. There's just too many angles to look at, and Andrew and Zayla, they took advantage of the fact that they had to look at a million angles at the same time.
And we can't forget right either, because that close pit, sometimes there's a lot of people that play that position. Nico, one of those biggest players who actually thrives in that position. We've seen it happen before. And so it's very difficult to try to break through that A-side defense. And like I said, the money was not going to be in the best state for Team Curie. They find themselves on the eco, and this is going to be a putt, a 10-foot putt for Orbital VSAT as these kills are going to come the way. They're going to find themselves 11 eventually, and it's just coming that easily. All kills coming in, no casualties found. Orbital getting closer and closer to that championship point. One gun buy from Curie to try to save things alive, but considering the traction, considering the momentum that's going in the way of Orbital, it might just be done, T-Noodle.
You say that one gun buy. This is not a good one gun buy. This is going to be rough. They have some util on board, but they only got one AK with a couple of Galils
and a Mac 10. Yep. I was about to say the exact same thing. The weaponry, definitely not in the advantage of Team Curie. They're going to have to fight with rust buckets of weapons, and are already taking a lot of damage. They want to push that pace over towards that B banana position. They take it for the time being, and they push back the CTs. That's a bit of a positive. They're going to eventually seep through into that B site eventually, but you see a rotation coming in from Zayler to provide a little bit more of a reinforcement. Reason being is because you see that setup over towards that A site with Luke and Andrew. They're posed incredibly aggressive on that abs position. So much so, Even Andrew's pushing with an op. But here we go. The contact coming in. Sandman going to have one in front of him. A lot of damage done, so SGM has an easy kill in front of him. And they're going to fight more and more in front to SGM. Now, Zayler all alone as they were able to trade out the 2. Do they expect the 3rd? No, they do not. The faces look away as Zayler saves it all. It will be Orbital taking match, series, and championship point here at Generation Nostalgia's Face It Cup.
And here's the great part about that. Zayler has been playing A most of these times, so they get those 2 picks. They're like, all right, we have it. We took the advantage. There's no way there's going to be someone sitting back sight there. If anything, if they decided to play 3, he's going to be playing construction because he wants to be able to rotate or play for the retake. He plays that angle. He plays that hidden spot. He gets the kills. And man, it's just beautiful to watch how Orbital is playing right now.
Absolutely, and it might just end here and now. A lot of the utility finding the feet of Bright, sitting on 38 HP, pretty much limping at what is pretty much the end of the line for Team Carry. Andrew holding this position. You would imagine this is an easy kill coming the way. He will find that, and they're going to hit towards that A side. Opera going to rotate just in time. Util being thrown out, but the T side able to break through A side. I mean, getting through the back line, actually. But this might be a bit of misinformation as Andrew going to stick around. He's going to find the bomb. The last 2 T's were able to seep through towards Library and Moto, but they got the bomb. They got the advantage when you needed it most, when you needed the best players on their A game. Sandman, Luke, Andrew stepped up to the plate. They're 1 kill away from securing the championship here, and it might just come that easily. Miles trying to keep it alive, but guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I think this MAC-10 is not going to live for much longer, and that will be the case. It will be 13-9, a 2-0 victory, and Orbital VSAT Online has come online, and they are your Generation Nostalgia Face It Cup champions.
Yeah, hell of a series by both these teams, but man, Orbital, how they were playing, it was just so beautiful to watch. And me being around freaking Counter-Strike, loving it as long as I have. Shout out Sivo back in the days. You know, it's like when you said you used to play Vulcan, I was like, wait, that sounds familiar. I was like, I might have played with these guys back in the day.
Yeah.
But, you know, it was just a lot of fun just watching some classic Counter-Strike, how they're able to trade, how they're able to jiggle, how they're able to just bait each other. Like Counter-Strike, it's a game you're either baiting for yourself or you're baiting your teammates. You just got to take advantage of it. You got to make the most of it. And Orbital was just doing a hell of a job, just putting themselves in situations where there always was a positive trades going for them.
Yeah, you could see a lot of the skill and a lot of the game sense in terms of being able to play that teamwork and really play off each other, not really letting these 1v1s be the case. Sometimes when the 1v1s came, it was kind of 50-50. But once it came to those little choke points where then they had to play with each other, you saw that Orbital's defense was much more stellar on their side. And I mean, that was pretty much the moral of the story of this series. Whose CT side was going to be a lot stronger in this case. And as we saw, Orbital was definitely online. That said, there are your Generation Nostalgia Face It Cup champions. What a stellar tournament that was hosted. Credit to Arrow for being able to assemble this. Shout out to Cameron, producer of this show as well. And of course, the great casters, T-Noodle, Goobles, and myself, Regent here. We have had a stellar time, but I believe we're going to send this to Arrow to kind of close things out. But thank you all for tuning in. We'll send it over.
All right, everybody. Sorry for that technical error. We are done with this tournament. Thank you so much for watching. What an incredible grand finals. I must say that was an absolute crazy 2-0. Even if it was a 2-0, it felt a lot closer than that. We saw so many back and forth rounds between Team Kiri and Orbital VSAT Online. I want to give a quick specific MVP to, in my opinion, the best player on the winning team on Orbital, which was Zayler. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. He ended with 13.89 RWS in the first map, 37 kills, 22 deaths, 5 assists, 85 ADR. An absolutely stellar performance there. And overall in the finals had an incredible game. And I also want to quickly shout out Vulcan from Team Kiri, who is the runner-up MVP. He had an absolutely stellar performance on both maps. I think he honestly just was the spark and the light for Team Kiri throughout both of those maps. So really, really great to see that. And of course, I want to give another shout out to all the teams that played and made this tournament as fun as it was. We saw so many crazy maps, the nuke overtime that we saw earlier, all of the clutches, the 1v3 MP5 play that we saw. It was honestly really, really great tournament, and I'm so happy that we were able to get it done so efficiently. So thank you guys, everybody, for tuning in. Special shout out to our sponsors, Hellcase. They made this event possible. They are going to be partnering with us for the rest of the year, trying to bring the West Coast Counter-Strike scene to the forefront of North American CS and just Counter-Strike in general. We really, really appreciate all of the hard work and the effort that they've put in to really make this event possible, and also help out with our future LAN events and other online events. So we really hope to see you there. And of course, a special thank you to our entire crew tonight. Cameron King, the producer and the observer. He was the magic and the reason that we were able to make the stream possible. Of course, I would also like to shout out Goober, Regent, and T-Noodle for casting all of the matches today. They did an amazing job. I have nothing but great things to say about them. Honestly, this tournament today was amazing, and I really, really hope that for the next online cup that we do, we can get some more teams, some bigger names, and maybe even increase the prize pot and make things a bit more spicy. So anyways, I'll hand it off, and that'll be the end of everything. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you later.